Hello? Hello? It's me. I feel like it's been a while since I've streamed. And today is gonna be somewhat short as well. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I do have tomorrow off, so that offsets things a little bit. Give me 1 sec, actually. I need to do something really quick. Give me 1 sec. Also, I feel like I'm really close to the... My tracking is a bit off. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, here we are. What we're going to be working on today is... I need to work on my build scripts. Because cutting a new release manually for VTuber is just pain. Pain and suffering. Short and simple, that's all it is. Mostly because I may or may not have noticed, I primarily use Windows, so that's the target audience or the target platform I'm most likely to actually be able to test. However, seems like a lot of people, most people actually use it on Linux, but I don't like using Linux as my main driver. If I can avoid using Linux as my main development platform, I will. But it's, cause I don't know, I like it when things work. That's the best thing about Windows, is that things just work. You don't have to worry about updates super bricking your system. It still happens, you know. But if you use consumer software, it's nice to just have something that, you know, you can assume it's gonna work. Just like with, you know, Linux as well. The reason why nothing's happening on here is because I'm actually poking at some stuff on my phone really quickly. Because for some reason, some things are only available on mobile. I don't understand why. I guess making a web app was too difficult. So, yeah, Linux has things that just break as well. It's also very annoying to deploy to, unless you have a very good CI setup, right? So, for example, like glibc dependencies, that's a huge pain. Which is why I hugely prefer like statically linking glibc as opposed to how most applications do it. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Thank you very much for the raid, Polymars. Oh, hello. How is your stream? Welcome to the stream. I was just kind of rambling to myself while I figure out some financial stuff on my phone. So I don't accidentally do it on stream. But I think we're good now, probably. It's a hot tub streamer. I am a hot tub streamer. I could be whatever you want me to be. What I'm working on right now, I guess we'll just load in this, is one of these. I made this program. I'm currently rewriting it. I just gotta unbreak myself really quickly. Hold on. I don't know why this model is so scuffed, but it's also a decent one once you unscuff it. But hello. I'm working on this project, Virtual Puppet Project. It's rewritten for Godot 3.5. Still waiting on all the requisite libraries for 4.0 to be updated. But before I actually, you know, go to the next one, I don't really have a... Before I update, yes, to Godot 4. But this is where we're at. So there is an alpha out, all that good stuff. Amaranth is born. Yes, exactly. Booba. So this is the next one. So we have more than just OpenSea face tracking. So it's called Virtual Puppet Project now, not OpenSea face GD. So there's iFacial mocap. For some reason, this is broken now as well. I was making some updates to it, but I swear it looks better than this usually. So now you have the possibility of having more than one input just working, I guess. To demonstrate, I do have an iOS device here on the side, whereas the anime girl is using my webcam. So how cool, how cool. So the entire program is being rewritten to allow for just kind of arbitrary trackers to be used. Still need to fix this. We'll get around to it. But iFacial mocap support, that's done. Meowface support was planned, which is a near equivalence for Android. However, that didn't really pan out. Or I saw some news that whatever like face cam thing backend, with their AI backend that they were using for Meowface is going away. Like the company behind it is folding. So the entire app is also going down. Yeah, thank you for the follows. Polymars, who is also the raider. How was your stream if you're still here? Maybe you're not here anymore. Omniscient Ace, Trucker Bug, Angel, CMHXD. Yeah, thank you very much. Proprietary software evaporating between your fingers, good stuff. Yeah, that's why this piece of software is free and open source. It's also MIT licensed, although I do need to get around to changing the license to Apache 2. Gotta go, sorry. Yeah, it's no problem. Mostly what I'm doing is I'm working on some CI stuff. So continuous integration, blah, blah, so we can export this a lot easier rather than me having to jump between Windows and Linux and having to do all the requisite release stuff. And then there's like even custom builds needed for Flatpak or Gen 2 or whatnot. So yeah, it's MIT license, although I think I'm actually doing the MIT license thing incorrectly. So I need to get around to changing it to Apache 2. Which I think is easier because you don't need to have the license reproduced in every single file, although I could be wrong about that. There's no reason why not to make a project open source. Well, if you want to make money off of it, right? Like the easiest way to force people or make money off of something is to force people to pay for it. And then you just make a nice demonstration being like, oh, look at this. How cool. Yeah, I'll throw $5 at it or whatever, but because honestly, open source is a bad way of making money if you want to make money, right? Because then everyone is then you're kind of relying on the kindness of strangers, which is not a great solution. Can it work? Yes, but I think the ugly truth is that most people, if given a choice, will take free over paid. Like I think, isn't it like libcurl is really only maintained by one person, and they only occasionally receive like big contracts from huge companies, even though pretty much everything internet related is based off of curl. So let me see, what am I thinking about here? What I'm working on, let me just bring this back over, is something like this. It's the GitHub organization, Godot builds. Okay. So there's a few things at play. One is just the general release builds, and then there's also Godot compilation, which is pretty easy. But then actually cutting a release for Virtual Puppet Project is a lot harder. So what this is supposed to do is this is a standalone scene tree script. It will go in and then just replace a file, similar to how Golang does LD flags, and then you can insert variables at compilation time. AC Sprite does it. Happens paid in open source. Well, it's source available. It's not open source. Source available. Just to be pedantic about it. Yeah. LibResprite. AC Sprite. You only need the one version. Unity is strange, and in a weird place. What is LibreSprite? LibreSprite. Is this legal? From the last, oh, it's from the last GPL2. Okay, that makes sense. How do you pronounce ASC Sprite? Is it ACE Sprite or is it ASC Sprite? I've always called it ASC Sprite. ASC Sprite source. I remember this being not open source. Yeah, it's under no license, which makes it proprietary. So you cannot redistribute it. But luckily, once you put something out there make something public under a permissive license, it's always available under that license from that one commit, or from that one version. Ace Sprite. Well, you know, I've been pronouncing it wrong for many, many years then. That's slightly unfortunate, but so it goes. Hold on, I'm still getting my stream stuff set up. 1 second, okay. So, what this does, blah, blah, override options. So, okay. Basically, this is what I'm doing. Golang, LD flags X. So the idea is right before you export a project from the command line, which is what I'll be needing to do here via a GitHub workflow. You can do something like this, adding custom data to Go binaries at runtime. Oh, probably not this one. Don't really know. We can look at this one, I guess. Something like this, right? So these variables here don't have anything assigned to them, but then you can just kind of insert random garbage. So this is useful in instances where, in virtual puppet projects, startup args, I've been doing this, so I can pass in arguments on startup, which isn't great, because it means that I need to maintain this cruft myself, and all it needs to be added basically upstream, right? So anyone who's doing like the Flatpak stuff or the Gentoo stuff needs to submit a patch to add this stuff, which is, it's okay, I guess. It's weird. I would prefer to do things like this. So all they need to do is run this script. You just execute it, pass some flags, and then this entire standalone Godot script will run through every single source file. So it'll look for, I don't know, this file path, for example, and then access the variable there, do a little bit of regex, find and replace, and there you have it, right? That's the idea. So that I don't need to maintain distribution specific options. So that's what we're doing today. Let me see, const regex. I think there's a few things I need to do here. What is this even open to? Let's keep this unopen. We'll keep it closed. Let me log in, or unlock my SSH key anyways. You know what? Nothing as glamorous as development infrastructure. Yeah. I wish I was doing something a bit more interesting, but There's something that needs to happen. Something that needs to happen. Nice override script. What did I even call it? And honestly, the entire streaming thing is more a way to force myself to work on this. Otherwise, I might just be, well, I was going to say watching Netflix, but I actually canceled my Netflix subscription. I don't know, just wasting my time. This is a way to force myself to be productive, if that makes any sense. Because I know myself. If I don't hold myself accountable, I'll just waste my time. Would probably just take a nap. Accountability stream. Yeah, I mean that's what every single stream really is, unfortunately. I mean, it's worked out so far, right? I'm currently at a 9090 alpha release of VTuber. I mean, I did take like a 2-month break at some points, but I was working on other stuff. Okay, I was working on actual games. I still do actually work on games. I just don't stream them anymore because I always end up having to rewrite every single game. Or like my number 1 and number 2 projects I've rewritten many times. Where my number 1 project is some sort. It's like an RTS, right? Like a real-time strategy game, but closer to, I don't know, like how you would play League, almost. It has more of a League feel to it, except it's not multiplayer, but it has that feeling of it, I guess. I guess that would just make it more like Diablo, but with multiple characters. But whenever I get to a working build and it doesn't feel good, then I always just redo it, I guess. So let me think. The regex for this is, I do need to open the file path. Where did I even stop with this? You grab your args, grab your overrides, path and override keys. So every single key will have to be a path to a file. And that's the idea here in the demo. So here in the demo, these are the args that you would have to pass to a headless binary in the CI projects path. This is the project, yep. In the demo, for the demo, we just pass in the resource path, which is this folder here. But in CI, you would actually pass in a path to an actual project.godot file. And then override options. And then override options will work how Golang LD flags -x works. So these would need to be, let's put some garbage in here, I guess. So demo folder, new script, oh no, just test script. We can add some variables to it. So test variable, we can make it a string, but then how would I, via regex? It's like I just need to find the line that the variable exists on. And we can make it very simple as well. Like intentionally make it very simple so you can't do nested classes or whatever. Or it's even conceivable I don't even need to use regex for this. Like how would you do regex for this? Okay, I'm very bad at regex, so let's use a tool that I made that makes things a bit easier. We'll use verbal expressions run tool. Oh baby, I do have an itch.io where I do release some stuff. Most of the games on there aren't very good, but I do have two Ludum Dare entries up there. One of them's good, one of them's kind of weird. That describes most of my that describes actually most of my games. They're not great, but at least the idea is somewhat novel. And as long as we have that, as long as I have that, I can live with it. Playing a game called Leaf Blower Revolution. You know what? I played that 2 days ago. It's an idle game, for sure. I kind of hit a wall. I got to the potions part. I don't know if you got into that, but the spoilers. You get to crafting potions or whatnot. And after that, I was just kind of bored. Kind of bored. All right, start of line. Okay. GitHub repo. So this is something that's kind of cool. GD script variable expressions basically makes it easier to write regex, because regex is something that I've taught myself like 10 times at the very least. So I get really good at it, and then I proceed to not use it for months on end. And then when I come back to it, I'm like, man, I don't. What the heck does this mean? I don't remember. All right, so let's look at the syntax here. In the early days of Leap Blower, I had my PC on for weeks at a time. I also used to keep my PC on for weeks at a time. But that's mostly because I was lazy and did not want to have to reopen all my work. Because it's not horrible to keep your PC on. Or maybe just leave it, or just put it to sleep, not actually turn it all the way off. Like, are you wasting a bit of power? Yes. Is it the end of the world? Probably not. I don't know. This is more important. Idling now is a little more important. I've got past potions. About the tower. Oh, yeah. But I only played for like 3 hours. I was like, yeah, I kind of get it. I think you might notice I have an idle games tab here. The only idle game I really, really liked was Derivative Clicker. And even then, I'm kind of at the limits. Now it's just a grind, which it's in the name, right? It is an idle game. You're not supposed to be playing it super duper actively. And then how would this work? Does this compile? Would it be run no matches found? That seems unfortunate. What is is regexer? Regex tester? Regexer, yeah. So I can grab this, slap it into here. Nope. Oh, I forgot that you're not allowed to do that. Okay, so grab this. Grab it, put it here. Just upgrade a fish weapon thing. Oh, is it the one that allows you to like slap the enemies instead of having to blow the leaves into enemies, or need your little Roombas to run into them? Which is the Eidolon and yeah, Legends of Eidolon. I like let it sit for like a week and then go back. I don't really find it all that fun. But I do like watching the numbers go up. That part is nice. All right, hold on. I need to redo this little web app. So I think it's pretty good actually. I haven't really seen anyone make anything else like this, where it makes runtime compilation of GD scripts just pretty painless. I guess we don't need to have this anonymous capture. And also we don't need to have this. Hey, really? See, this is something I don't really understand about regex. This logically makes sense to me. Maybe we don't need start of line? Okay. We don't need start of line. It's where you can queue up future decisions ahead of time? I don't really know. Here's this idle game that I like to play. I've been playing it since 2016. The start of January 16th, 2016. There it is. I don't know. It's multiplayer. You can queue up house items ahead of time, I guess. So that's pretty much it. It's a bit late to start, so you'll never be, you know, high up on the leaderboards. But it's just something to click and distract myself for a little bit. Maybe start a line. I don't know, I always felt like start a line is good though, but maybe that's not how that works. So test variable and then search and replace. Can't I copy from here and then paste? What is this? What does this mean? I can see the regex. Hold on. Okay, so that's not actually what I want to do. I need to replace the part after it. So I need to capture this. So this needs to be... Does this work? Yeah, okay. That works as well. So what if I just want to have anything, right? So go to the word boundary. What is word boundary? Word boundary. Word boundary. So go pile. Maybe not. God, I hate regex. Is this not a word boundary or no? Non-word character, or isn't there like a maybe? Finds then ends of line. No. I want to regex, so this stuff here needs to be optional. Or maybe I can just make this really, really simple. Yeah, I could make this really, really simple. So we'll just call this like test 1, test 2, test 0. So make it all strings for now, make it super simple. Quarter. Test 2. Alright, so these are the multiple ways that you can define a string. And of course, if a string works, then you would think that this would also work pretty well for other types of variables, but strings are somewhat complex. And then I guess just the regular test, which is nothing. So I just need to find the line. So for all of these, I need to figure out how to find this stuff. All right, so word boundary, test variable, word boundary. What does word boundary do? I looked at it here and then just kind of forgot about it. Well, add a word boundary. What the heck is a word boundary in regex? Boundary. Matches a word boundary position between a word character and a non-word character or position. Start end of string. See the word character class W for more info. Oh, that's probably not what I want, huh? What is is it just word? Just want word? Matches any word character, alphanumeric or underscore. Or what does maybe do? What is a maybe? I don't know. Looking for an idle game I used to play. I don't know the name though. I used to play a lot more idle games back when I was like actually working in an office in the before times. But no longer. Mostly because I only worked in an office for like how long did I work in an office for? Basically 2 years. And after that, I've been work from home, even before the pandemic. So test variable. Oh, hello, Plantka. All right, add an expression that matches anything, including empty strings. What am I thinking? I need to be able to match, like this part here I can swap in and out. That's not hard. Actually, isn't this enough? And then I can just What am I thinking about here? I need to be able to capture string, right? And then also like other variations of this. Is there a match until a something? There's range, multiple, 1 or more, 0 or more. Capture, no, don't need this. I know I ported this from the Java version of verbal expressions. Probably not the greatest authority on regex, for sure. Actually, can't I do, if I make this easier, right? If I just don't use regex at all, maybe I don't even need regex. I could just do, so we have all the lines in the file, right? And then we, of course, will have the absolute path to a file, so we don't even need to scan through it. What we could do is file text is equal to file get as text, skip cr, yeah, sure, why not? And then file text split, sure. So split on new lines and for line in file text split, or we'll call it file text lines, why not? File lines, right? Then we can do, what are we looking for? File, blah, blah, for path and override keys. And then this is the value. This is what we're passing to it. So really the only real thing we're trying to pass here is, ooh, did I mess this up? I did mess this up. All right, bled doesn't do anything. That's like an intentional garbage value. It should be ignored by the parser. But we can do demo folder test script gd. And then how would I make a reference to a variable? Because this is the path, right? That's easy. Can do maybe a colon. Yeah, a colon as a delimiter. And then the variable should just be called whatever, right? So we can set test is equal to, oh, that's not how you do it, like this. Like that, perhaps. Override options, yeah. And then I'll just take this text directly and then just try to insert it. Yeah. So override options. How do I do override options? If R begins with override options. Oh, we actually need to split it multiple times. So we can split based off of spaces. Yeah. Isn't that how Golang's LD flags X works? Yeah. All right, we'll just look at this again. I actually like Golang. It used to be I really disliked working with it, but now it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Okay. So that's how they do it. So it is more or less delimited by something. So I can just delimit by a space. And then require a certain syntax, but that's fine. Demo folder test script gd, and then we'll have, well, it's just some other garbage. Test 0. So this should be called, or this should return, I don't know, I am test 0. Test. Push it to delimit. 10 out of 10 pun. Enjoy your ban. Oh, and thank you very much, Plantica, for the follow. Apologies, I'm not actually looking at my stream monitor. All right. So override options. So we need to split by the delimiter here. Override options. I don't know what the heck I was doing with the regex thing. I do know when I was initially writing this, I was not mentally all the way there. Went way over the Balmer peak, unfortunately. How dare you focus on your work? I'm actually not super focusing on my work either. Honestly, I have like a YouTube video open on my other computer. I apologize. But that's actually how I like to work, during my normal job. I'll be sitting on a call or I'll be programming. Or, it's not really program anymore, it's more like spinning up and down clusters. It's pain. And then I'll just have a YouTube video open. Because I feel like when I focus too hard on something, I start to not become unfocused, but I start to tunnel vision, if that makes sense. So being able to take myself out of concentration and then go back to it and look at it in a new light, okay, it helps with my thinking process. And I remember when I was like still in school in like high school or whatever, you know, teachers always be like, Tim, like that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But look at me now. Look at me now. Programming for strangers on the internet. What a great use of my life. This is a YouTube channel called GD Quest. Yep, I'm familiar with GD Quest. I'm familiar. I do think it's weird how a lot of their GD Quest tools don't seem to be based on Godot. Like, I think isn't there, for their tutorial series, I think don't they use like a Python parser actually for checking GD scripts? Even though there are GD script equivalents out there. Or like their doc generation tool is also written in Python. I've also written a doc generation tool, but I wrote that in GD script. The correct working ambience is putting redesign your logo on loop forever. What is redesign your logo? I will not play it on stream because I don't want to get content ID match. Redesign your logo. Lemon Demon? I've never heard of it. Who's Lemon Demon? Released 2016. That's like right about the time where I stopped listening to music on the radio. Honestly, the music, if I need to focus, the music I listen to is, it's called Explosions in the Sky. What is it called? Explosions in the Sky. What's the album name? Explosions. How do you spell explosions? Explosions in the Sky. Yeah, well, this is my favorite song off the album. Well, what's the album called? Your Hand in Mine. Oh, the Earth is Not a Cold Dead Place. Yeah. It's a great album. I listened to that on repeat when I was grinding out accounting, studying. All right, hold on. We need to go here. So we need to split multiple times. So var, and that's fine actually. We can split a few times. It doesn't make a huge difference. So this is override options delimiter. Don't allow for empty values. And then afterwards we can reuse the variable. Neil Ciceriga? You never heard of him? Had massive. Who? I've been pretty plugged into internet culture, but recently, especially during the pandemic, I've felt myself being left behind somewhat. You know, I'm a millennial. Zoomer culture I don't get. Don't know if I should follow GD Quest tutorials. I think GD Quest, not so bad. Kids Can Code, not so bad. Anything else? I don't know. Heartbeast is pretty good too. Yeah, so if you're looking for tutorials, there is GD Quest, which you've already named, right? GD Quest, you have Kids Can Code. It's also pretty good. The name's a bit weird. It makes me feel a bit not emasculated, but maybe a bit younger than I actually am. And then there's Heartbeast, who also makes some good stuff. Yeah, you don't like music? Well, I've got bad news for you, because I wanted to go to university and like have a minor or even the double major in music performance for violin, but. I think after playing with some of the people there, I was like, man, I need to like, I don't think it's feasible for me to even try this. Like this requires so much more time to be on the same level as these people. Because a lot of, at least for playing music, right, performing music, a lot of it's muscle memory, which is really tough. For override and split. Okay, so I do need to rewrite this part. Heartbeast? Yeah, Heartbeast. Is that not their name? Heartbeast? Heartbeast? I think they also stream on Twitch sometimes. Yeah, Heartbeast. From Vernal, Utah. I was about to say Uteticates, but that's not a real state. I just had it in my name like, oh, UT, Connecticut? I don't know why. But yeah, Heartbeast. They make some good stuff. I think they actually have like a tutorial series that like runs through like making a Link to the Past, more or less. Or it's like an action RPG, which is a top-down action RPG, which is basically Link to the Past. Alright. Split this boss 1. Alright, and then we'll just really quickly. I'm gonna retype it. This is one of my personal failings where that may or may not stem from the fact that I also treat everything like I'm learning it like music, right? So I depend pretty heavily off of muscle memory. Like you would think that, oh, like you are some sort of, you are a person that works in a field that depends off of logic. But actually, there's lots of things in programming that aren't logical whatsoever. So overrides arg. I think I felt like I was building up to a bigger point, but I started typing and then kind of just forgot what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, muscle memory. Yeah. Yeah, that muscle memory is why I like to, even though it might be easier to just copy and paste it, I feel like the muscle memory running through everything again helps lock me in. It's almost in the same way that, when you are scanning code and you're like debugging it, right? It's like, oh, where's the error? You don't really read every single line. You just look for things that might, or that you've seen before that look incorrect, but I'm not actually running through every single line, running through the logic, right? From what I understand, that's actually how blind programmers do it as well, is that they're probably using a screen reader, so it'll be reading through the code, and then they'll listen like, oh, that didn't sound correct. And I say, oh, you know what? That's actually how I practice music. Like, you can't just give me music and be like, hey, play this. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to play it. I can barely read music, but like I'm competent enough. But if you let me listen to a piece and then you're like, okay, play it. Yeah, okay, no problem. Good muscle memory, you don't have good memory. This is true. My memory is really bad. My short-term memory is really, really bad, unfortunately. All right, yeah, so we split on this. Okay, yeah, so we can get rid of the regex stuff. I really would rather try not to use the regex, even though I think using regex would be easier in the long run. I just don't want to teach myself regex again. Apparently regex is one of those things that's like really important in computer science though. Unfortunately, I never really studied computer science. I studied risk management in university and management information systems, which teaches you how to be like a consulting type or like a managerial type in the IT industry. Which is to say, just unleash your bureaucratic. You learn how to navigate the bureaucratic nightmare that is big companies. And then, just kind of taught myself how to program, because it turns out programming is a little bit more fulfilling. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? But yeah, short-term memory, not so good. Like, if you give me 5 minutes to memorize like as many digits of pi as possible, I think I could memorize a pretty decent amount. And I think if you, like 10 minutes later, if you ask me again, I'd be like, I have no idea what the heck I memorized. I just kind of like say it out loud, and then my tongue knows how it feels. Ooh woo. Okay, so if, let me see. I feel like I need to count the number of tabs. Yeah. So under string, can you do like a left count? Or no, is that not how that works? It's almost like the science of business is essentially inhuman. I feel like the science of business is more or less just learning how to play corruption. It's politics and corruption, more or less. Right? I mean, that's why big companies like Google and Facebook are now, you know, they're kind of realizing, or they're laying off a lot of people. They have hiring freezes, right? Because actually how hiring works for lots of parts of non-essential parts of businesses, or big tech companies at least, is that your department is given a set budget, right? And so if you don't use all that budget, then your budget gets reduced the next year. Right. So what's the easiest way to, you know, use up your budget? That's to hire somebody. Or like they'll hire people to take away talents from other companies. Right. And now people are realizing like, oh, maybe that's not the best way to do things. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. Who would have thought? By the way, I'm looking for a method to count the number of tabs. I'm not finding it though. Because I only want to count the number of tabs on the left side. But or at least I need to like either right strip off everything. Can't be, shouldn't be begins with. Should my streamer had confidence? I wish I had streamer confidence. It's not because I don't like talking to people online. It's just I don't want my family hearing me talk. You know, I feel that. I think I gained a lot of confidence, right, ever since I moved out. Like, a university still had not so much confidence, I guess. You know, and you meet people, for lack of a better term, you discover yourself, hopefully, at some points. Either in school or after school, or maybe before that. Maybe you self-actualize before that. But at least for me, like I tend to be more antisocial than most. Living alone, I feel like whatever. I feel pretty good. You know, no one judges me. Maybe my next door neighbors, if they can hear me through the wall, maybe they're judging me, but that's fine. They can come fight me. Yeah, okay, returns the number of characters on the left of the string. That's not what we want. Left strip. Set of characters. I guess I can just do count. I can do count. I guess. Returns the number of characters from between the from and to positions. Oh, you know what? Okay, I see what I can do. So I can do. Are we talking about white space tabs or UI tabs? Yes. I'm talking about white space tabs, right? Because instead of using regex, what I'm going to do is I need to, like, I'll go into this file here, right? So if you have an inner class, or maybe not. Maybe I just won't, maybe, okay. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I need a way to, what's a good way? What's an algorithm for finding a variable, stripping out this part, and then replacing it with my own stuff? And then as long as I don't have support for inner classes, yeah, if I don't add support for inner classes, they must be at this level, then I'll be fine, right? Then we don't even need to build in all the edge cases. Yeah. Just have 3 idle games open right now. Nice, nice. I have the 1 plus this thing, which is a time tracker, so I can track how much time I spend on certain things. As you can see here, I don't actually spend that much time working, but don't show my boss that. Yeah, let's just not consider a white space. We'll make it simpler, and then we can have things like test 1, right? So we'll call it test 1. So demo, test 0, and then demo folder, test script gd, test 1. I am test 1. Sure, why not? Okay. So we're looking for either a variable or a constant. So constants, you cannot replace constants in Golang because that doesn't make any sense. Because Golang is ahead of time compiled, AOT compiled. GDScript is more or less, or it's not more or less, it is interpreted, which is actually how a lot of this stuff works, right? So this program allows you to remove and replace things at runtime. So official vocab, hold on, this is gonna bother me. I know why this is broken. I'll expand fill, and then this also needs to be, well, this needs to be control util h expand fill vbox, not vbax. All right, fixed. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Oh, thank you very much, mdude, for the follow. Nice duck, uwu. Notices your duck. Yeah, I do need to push out a hotfix release for the latest alpha for VPupper. The nice thing about VPupper is that it works on all platforms, right? Because Godot by itself is already cross-platform, so it's fairly trivial to port to deploy across Windows and Linux. Mac is a huge pain because I do use custom binaries. And did you know, like, Mac applications, if you've ever used a Mac, you might think that, like, oh, okay, this is the application, you just double click on it. But actually, that's not true. Every application is like a huge nesting of folders with like here's your manifest file that describes everything inside the folder. You know, all libraries must go under the frameworks folder. I was like, what? Why? Why is it so complicated? Like, I guess it's cool because it allows every application to be self-contained. But it also means that if you don't have a CI thing set up for deploying to Mac, it makes it a huge pain to bundle everything. Right? So most programs, if you just, like, even Godot can export to Mac, but if you're, that's just for using the default stuff. I have a lot of custom C++ stuff that must be included. So it's a pain. Or custom C++ stuff that either is included or must be bundled along with it, because I do runtime load most things, except for the base stuff. This stuff is meant to patch the base files inside of VPupper here. So mostly, it will probably be globals here. So under model, globals, I have this. And then the idea is that for some things, we'll probably put it like under here. Region compile time. All right, so we'll have things like const resource path. And we'll put it at, I don't know, just resources, I guess. something like that. So it'll be like right next to your binary. But then that can be customized to use an absolute path. So if you take off the dots, or actually you don't even need to have the dot. You could just do it like resources. This is also relative path. Right, so anything here, that's the intention, is that before I run this through the CI export, continuous integration export, where that would be actually continuous deployment export, it runs through, finds this file, replaces it with the appropriate string, and then we're good to go, right? For line and file lines. Yeah, I do have I have a GitHub, as I've mentioned many times before. I don't know, is my bot running? Sometimes my bot's container has been breaking recently. Yeah. All right, my bot's broken, but there is a Discord if you find it in my description. It's also here on my GitHub profile. Please give me stars. I desire stars, so I can then shove that in recruiters' faces when they ask me for like a CV. You want a CV? This is my CV. 300 something stars. Could 300 people be wrong about something? Maybe, but that's not what we're talking about. So line and file line. So if, is it find, or you can just do in, right? So if line begins with var, or line begins with, or I guess if not, I think this, in my opinion, this is actually a bit more efficient. Like you could wrap both of these in a not, but whatever. Where can I find it? Where can you find my Discord, or where can you find my GitHub profile? There's my GitHub profile. My bot's been crashing a lot more recently. I think there's something wrong with... it's been crashing on the Discord stuff. So I think Discord's changed something on their end. And then I'm just not handling it correctly, because Golang has... My bot's written in Golang, and Golang doesn't really have great error handling, for lack of a better term. Or to put it lightly, to put it politely, Golang does not have good error handling. To put it rudely, Golang does error handling very poorly. Because I think like Golang doesn't even have try catch. I think Golang just, by language of design, just returns errors. So, you know, they return tuples, but for almost every single function, it will return either your value plus an error or just an error, which is kind of a weird. Hello, Will. Palomar stream, Retro Boy. But you can call me Retro or Retro Boy. Hello, Retro Boy 128. I will call you Retro Boy. How are you? Thank you very much for the follow. I sometimes work on games as well. If you look, and this is actually, you can't look at my dashboard, but you can look at this. Look at that. Good. I thought you were a Retro Boy. I didn't think you were good, but yeah. I made some games. If you want to drop some links to some stuff in chat, as long as it's actually, I'm not going to be playing any games on stream today. But if you wanted to play one of my games, most of these are not actually games. Like this is a regex thingy. This is, I should probably take this down. This is kind of interesting. Giant Horse Deathball is okay, but I guess headphone warning. Party rotations is an interesting idea. You can steal it if you want. Yeah, joined my Discord. Oh, thank you very much for joining the Discord server. Would you like a cookie? Let's see. Color typewriter is kind of interesting as well. I don't know. I'm just looking through, like, what the heck have I even made in the past year? I thought this one was kind of interesting. So you press escape and you can hide it. Press tab to change the thing. can space. This isn't even the most recent version, but I thought it was cool. So you can mash on a row and you can get colors. I don't know. Haven't really seen anyone do that. Custom command points. So the custom command points. So this is also written with Godot. It's free and open source. Let me see. If you click on somebody, you can kind of see here. Most of the custom command points correspond to things. So if you type in, what is it called? We can call it jump. You can do something like that, or you can do jump. Oh, hold on. That's not it. This one. Jump, chunk. And you can make yourself bigger like that. Because I can make you bigger manually, but you can also just manually do this. Oh, that was a bad person to do it on. I can make you upside down, Retro Boy, like this. Yeah, it has to be... Oh, no, I think it does work, right? Yeah. Mess up chunky, yeah. It doesn't use regex either. It just looks for the string in your command, but it only looks for it once. So if you spam like chonk, 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 it'll only process one chonk. Yeah. So if you just like, if you were taking notes, you can do any of these except for resets. Only I can reset you. Yeah, the upside down command was actually, it's not really, it's a bug that's now a feature. Because to actually increase your size, I just increase your sprite scale in the editor. And by increase your sprite scale, I mean, I think I just add 0.1. And then to make you smaller, I just subtract 0.1. So negative scale actually turns you upside down, which is cool. It was a bug, but you know, we'll call it a feature, that's fine. If not line begins with var or not line begins with const, then we'll continue. And then if not line or not val in line continue. So we're skipping the line, and then I guess we can just hit it with a print processing these things for line. New line, okay. So just use these things for debug purposes because I know that I'll be confused. So was that key value or path value? Or wait, no, value is overrides path. That's actually wrong. Overrides contains replacements. So this is replacements. Yeah. I've been able to get you to hydrate 2 times with 200 points. Did you redeem a hydrate? Did I miss it? I don't think I missed it. Don't worry, I'm hydrating myself with this hard kombucha. It's 8.5% alcohol. Did you know like kombucha by itself is already like somewhat alcoholic? I think it's like, isn't it like 1% alcoholicity? Alcohol percentage? Alcoholicity might not be a real word, but we can pretend like it is. Or for line, for this line. Chris and Yoshi's Island as well. Nice. I thought the custom command points would have been able to get you to do what I wanted. Well, it's okay. All you gotta do is continue watching and posting in chat. I think it's because of the fermentation hours, right? This is true, yeah. Anything that's fermented, I think, becomes a little bit alcoholic. So like if you were to stick a potato in a jar, one, that'd be kind of like disgusting, but also, if you just leave it to sit and you add some, you know, yeast or whatever, it will ferment and become a little bit alcoholic. I mean, that's how potato vodka is made. It's like it just rots. Like most isn't like most alcoholic thing is just rotten fruit. And like pretty much how they figured out like, oh, like this feels good to drink is like it's, you know, someone left something in a jar for too long. They're like, eh, what if I drank it? This looks poisonous, but what if I drank it? Oh, that feels pretty good. Like if you've ever forgotten potatoes in a cabinet, like I have, that stuff smells horrendous. Did I taste the juice afterwards? No. I thought about it though. I was like, what if it was a little bit alcoholic? Okay, zooted on kombucha seems like the worst life choice. Well, this is hard kombucha. I think like if you were to just chug 8 liters of kombucha, you would have, I guess you could get a little buzzed. You might also like die, because I'm not sure how many liters your stomach. How many liters can your stomach hold? Stomach capacity in liters. 2 and 4. Yeah, you would probably just die. Yeah, that's fair enough. Fermented spider eyes are alcohol. Oh baby, man, I'm super out of the Minecraft game, man. Like the only time I really played Minecraft was in the beta all those years ago. Like I bought Minecraft when it was like $10, $10 US. Sending overrides for file. Yeah, I think you can definitely tell I was not in my right mind when I was writing this. Path. I'll use val here, and then this should be val. Processing this for line. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can do... What's a good way of doing this? Because I'm trying to avoid using regex. Because I do need to maintain the var const whatever, right? But I can't just do a raw replace on the line either. Maybe I can do a find and then I can just strip off the entire line and then replace it with whatever I set here in the demo. Yeah, it could work. That could work. So like this is technically still valid. That's still valid GD script. Okay, yeah. And then this is also valid GD script. Just test is equal to this value here. You just lose static typing for a little bit, but at runtime it doesn't matter. Because Dyna is kind of bad now. Is it kind of bad now? I thought Minecraft was doing like really, really well. Especially once they kind of like sold out to Microsoft, right? Like, yeah, didn't they have like a ton of updates somewhat recently, or was that like a year ago? Like features, more features, focus on more features that make it actually work. Yeah, that makes sense. And then they tried to do like Bedrock edition, which is Minecraft rewritten in C++, but it's still the Java edition that's the more popular one. You know, I stopped playing Minecraft around the time that they added the Ender. No, not the Ender. What's it called? What's the, when you go through the portal, you go to hell or whatever it's called. What is it called? Is that the Ender? I know there's Enderman. I played Minecraft somewhat recently. I was like, oh, what the heck are these guys? Who are these tall boys who keep teleporting around and murdering me instantly? The Nether. Yeah, I stopped playing around the Nether. And after that, I just don't know. So how many, when was the Nether update? Minecraft Nether update date. It's not 2020. I'm pretty sure. You know, when was the Nether added date? 2010. Oh my god, it's been a long time. It's been a very long time since I've seriously played Minecraft. The end is another dimension. What's the end? I feel like I've seen it in a stream. Is that the way you fight the dragon? I've never fought the dragon. I've always seen streamers play it. Processing this for line. Okay. So var new line. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. He's just looking at it. You know how dogs is and all that. He's just studying it. That's right. I love going back to that video. You know what I'm talking about? There's the viral video that came out like years ago. It's some guy, he's taking a video of his dog. He's like, he's just studying it. You know how dogs is and all that. And his dog starts eating his own poop. It gets me every time. I love it. Maybe that makes me a boomer. Server owners can't be trusted to moderate their own Minecraft server. Gotta have Microsoft do the moderation too. Well, you know. I don't really know. Don't they have mods for that kind of thing anyways? Watch the crab game trailer. What's the crab game? Is that like duck game? Untitled goose game? Sorry. Can I get any bigger than what I already am? Yes, you can. If you just type, if you keep redeeming Chonk. Who are you? Are you this person? We can make you like very, very big like this. If I just press the button a lot, like this. Ah! All right. You can get really big, but if you get too big, I will reset you. If you get too big, I will reset you. Please don't abuse it. If you do it in the opposite direction, though, that's fair. I can accept this. Let me see. Position is equal to line find val key. So if position is less than 0, or actually if it's less than 2, 3, position 0 is V. 0, 1, 2. So it needs to be at least 3, but actually it needs to be at least 4. Okay. File lines, and then we can have this. So new, or reconstructed, I guess. Or actually, no. Yeah. I don't want to call it reconstructed, but I'm going to call it reconstructed file. This will be a pool string array. Yeah. So let's add a to do. We'll get back to it. So once we parse through every single line, we basically just rebuild the file. I think that makes sense. So then we'll do file store string reconstructed file join with new lines. So yeah, so we read and then truncate the entire file. Yeah, I think that makes sense. File close, and we reuse the same file handle for every single file. So we do need to manually close it. Let me get huge. Ooh, bonk. Can I get a bop in chat, please? Please do not get huge. Don't make it weird. You heard of Muck? Like the Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon? Have you ever like wondered or ever thought about how lazy like Pokemon used to be named or designed? But that was actually part of the charm. Is like, oh man, like this Pokemon has like no originality to it, and I'm here for it. Like, what is Muck? What is Grimer? Just small sludge, bigger sludge. What should we call it? I don't know. Like Muck, but like take off the C. Muck. So this should be line substrate. What is it called? It's not giving me code completion. One of my annoyances with GDScript is how it doesn't give you code completion. I'm using GDScript instead of Python. If only because it's easier for me to do this sometimes using GDScript. Maybe I should actually rewrite this in Python, but we'll think about it. We'll think about it. All right, so we need the substring. Return remaining characters from the given position. Isn't it this? So substring from the start to position, and then finds. String finds will give you. I guess I already do use Python build scripts sometimes. But I don't know. In GitHub runners, it's weird because if you're running the Linux or Windows runners, Python is alias, or Python 3 is alias as Python, but on the Mac OS runners, Python and Python 3 are actually separate binaries. Because Apple still uses Python 2 in a lot of their scripts, I guess. Finds the first occurrence, search index. So this gives you the index or the position? Because that's there's a difference. The position and the index are different things. Somewhat unintuitively. All right, so new line. I won't add a type, I guess. That's fine. But we can just do plus equals. Plus equals. I guess it's just val. Because val is, yeah, that's it. Yeah. No. Invalid operand types. Oh, sorry. I'm a big idiot. And actually, we can just do it like this. And hold on, we can make this even fancier by doing it like this. What am I doing? Like this. So a little bit of string formatting. Don't plus these together. Yeah, so the position is the key. Yeah. It is beautiful. Probably. Maybe. And actually, we don't even need this part, right? We can just add this to reconstructed file. So you're kind of seeing how I like to do my programming. Is I'll start just typing absolute garbage. We'll think about it. We'll see how it feels. And then we'll refactor, right? Refactor afterwards. All right, so let me go to here. Something that I've seen is very divisive is some people swear by using a graphical user interface, a GUI, if you will, for using Git. And other people are like me, where, you know, this is all I've ever known. And also because most of the projects I have to work on at work, I'm not allowed to use a GUI. Or actually, if we're using a GUI, it's even more painful, right? Because the machines that we're given to do developments are just absolute garbage. And by absolute garbage, I mean that, like, You know, we're expected to write like a big Java. We're working on a big Java application, right? But you know, here's a machine that has one core. It's an Intel Xeon 2000 series, which is from like 2010. And you know, here's 5 gigs of RAM. Do you want more RAM? You have to submit a request. It's like, what? So most of us just end up doing everything via terminal, which is horrendous. Did you say GUI and not GUI? What's a GUI? Could you please elucidate this for me? It's called a GUI. We'll pull a UI while we're doing an UI. No, that doesn't make any sense. Cat license. All right, so this is Apache that has my name on it. There's my real name. Good luck finding me. Although, to be fair, like if you couldn't tell from my accent, I am out of the U.S. and there's only like 2 big Timothy Yuans in the continental United States. Not too hard to find. Although something that's very annoying is that the other Timothy Yuan also works in software. So it's very difficult to... I guess that is what gets a lot of people there. People are like, oh, is this you? I'm like, no. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. He did steal the best domain name, though. And so in retaliation, I reserved all the other ones. Sorry, other Timothy Yuans, if you wanted to have a normal domain name. All right, so there's your license. Advanced expression, git ignore. I did also write, by the way, I have a lot. If you look at my GitHub profile, I mostly do like a lot of Godot stuff. Everything is actually Godot related, actually. I do write some Rust. I do write some C++. But something that's kind of neat, advanced expression. Might be interested in that if you are into Godot programming, because this allows for, this provides a library for constructing scripts on the fly. And you might be wondering why you would ever want to do that. And here's why, is for, I guess I don't have it here. I did also write a Lisp in GD script as well, but let's not think about that too hard. Here's a REPL. So Godot doesn't actually have a REPL, so I wrote my own, and it uses the same advanced expression thing. How cool. Maybe you use C# because Uni, and one of the Python's names are so confusing to look at. Yeah. I think it's just based off of the first one that you learned. Like Python was the first language I learned, and then in school we did like, I had 2 classes on Java, and I was like, all right, it makes sense. I prefer Java syntax nowadays, but I think when I'm writing out code or I'm pseudo coding, you know, I'm trying to explain something to another programmer, I'll write it in Python because it's just easier to think about, right? It's more readable. Python isn't the easiest language. I think if you're used to having brackets separate things, I think brackets do make it clear as opposed to white spacing, especially once you get into like really long things. So like once your file is longer than say 500 lines, I think you do need to look into a more structured language. Python of course is structured, but it is kind of difficult to work with. I understand that. Yeah, but something I've definitely found is that not to be insulting, it's mostly like the older crowd that prefers structured languages. I've been looking at this for a while though, by the way, and I think this is good. I just need to git add all. Yeah, it's just add all, whatever. Oh, 2 dashes, sorry. And that's it. All right, so we can always roll back anything. So let's run it. Did it explode? Setting override for override options. Skipping arg. Okay, so it did skip an arg, which is not good. Well, in Python just to make a macro app because Python is good for macros. Is Python good for macros? Is it good for macros? Python's good for like glue scripts. So, for example, I have a Python script here. Hold on. I have a Python script here. Hold on. Python script here. Here. Module applier. So when you're building Godot, you run this file. It's only 300 lines. It's not that bad. Like Python argparse, if you want like a CLI application that doesn't need to run very quickly, Python's fantastic for that. I'm not sure what you mean by macros, to be honest. Like, do you mean like a keyboard macro? Wouldn't you rather, assuming that you're on Windows, shouldn't you be using like auto hotkey, which has its own scripting language that I don't feel like learning? Yeah. So I have this file here. It's beautiful, right? Like this is your main function. You create a parser, you add in arguments, add some subparsers, debug, apply, add argument to the subparser. Like I feel like this is extremely readable. The only thing that's a little unreadable is the fact that I pass functions as arguments, which I've always felt like that was a bit too much indirection for my taste, but I'm coming around to the idea of it. Macro like auto clicking. Okay. I thought you were talking about like a macro in terms of, I don't know, like a C# macro. It's not really a macro in C#. It's more like a directive, right? So you can tag something like an annotation. Yeah. What are they called in C#? Are they called annotations? I know in Java they're called annotations. I think in Python they're also called annotations. So you have the @ and then whatever, which does a little bit of reflection at runtime. Or I think you can also have compile time annotations as well. In Lisp, those are generally referred to as macros. All right, so did this work or did this break? Oh, okay. Well, what the heck is override options? What is override options? What is this? Override options is it's a file. Okay. Cat's override options. Please don't crash. There's nothing in it. Okay. RM override options. Okay. Why the heck did it just create an empty file? Did I call it the wrong thing? Path. Override options. Eh? Setting override for file override options. What? 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 That doesn't make any sense. I feel like I'm very confused. I don't work with C# outside of Unity, really. I mean, that's fair. I mean, most of what you learn, I've used Unity for a little bit. I did Unity for like 2 years. Before figuring that I'd much rather work with something that's open source. So at least you can change some of the source code stuff, right? Like, because that's the beauty of open source, is that if you don't like how something works, you can just change it yourself, which is what I've done. So let me see. Once I become a bigger duck. Oh no. As long as you're not bigger than me, I can accept that. Project path. Setting override for file. Path. Override keys. Oh, it's not the arg. It's the... Oh, I'm dumb. So this should be splits. Oh, this is completely wrong. Okay, hold on. So we need to split the other split. We need to split the split, if you will. So var override splits Also a pool string array is, well, we do need to, well, no, I mean, that is it, right? We do, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. What am I passing in? So let's split on this. So override split, blah, false. 1 if override split is not Give me 1 sec, I gotta use the restroom real quick. The alcohol is getting to me. BRB. Hello. Become bigger than you, the one after this one? Can we code a limit for the sprite scala? Yeah, I could. It's more interesting if I just let the bug persist, though. Just make the limit the same size as your duck. Well, that's actually somewhat difficult because, you know, if you look at the OBS layout, oh no, it's OBS. How would I grab this from here? I guess I could. Well, actually, no, I can't. How would I grab that from here? I did write a library for some of this stuff, but you can't just grab two images and then compare them. Because how would you grab the image in the first place? Because technically, I'm capturing this, so this is the entire window, but I'm also capturing this also as the entire window. So I'm not sure how I would grab the size of this sprite here and then compare it to this, because these are actually different sizes depending on how they're even laid out in OBS, right? Yeah, just eyeball it. Well, that sounds very that sounds very fragile. It would break immediately as soon as I change my OBS layout. I don't know if the language used for that sprite has variables. Well, what does that mean? what does that mean? Yeah. Well, the question is like not how do you change the limits, right? Like, you know, GDScript is basically Python, right? There's no difference, right? And any C style language is all the same, right? C# is basically Java. Java is basically Python. You know, Python is basically just Java with like white space instead of having brackets, right? they're all the same. They all interact the same. They all use dot notation to access variables. It's not like we're going from, a C# to Lisp, or like C# to OCaml, or C# to Forth, where I've just named 3 languages that all work completely differently, where OCaml is a functional language. It's not pure functional, but it's very, very functional. AKA that it has no side effects, functions are first-class citizens, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to loop in OCaml, it's somewhat difficult. Or Lisp. I've written a Lisp, by the way. If you want to try out a Lisp, I do have a Lisp on my itch.io if you want to try that out. GD Lisp, written in GD scripts. It's also, which is basically like the intermediate level code that all code gets compiled down into, more or less. So, prints hello, where you can do, well, that prints it. It prints it to the console, so you open up the inspector, you look at the console, you can see hello gets printed. Or you can do, the intermediate representation of 1 + 1 is +1 1, which is, I think that's reverse Polish notation, something like that, right? So Lisp is basically the intermediate step between C# and machine code, and then Forth is just weird. It's a stack-based language, which is bonkers. I don't really understand it. I mean, I understand it, I just don't know how you would do anything useful in it. That's a personal failing rather than a language failing. All right, every language is the same. I don't know. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible for me to compare the size of my 3D model duck. So I could just take the size of the OBS object and then just kind of say like, okay, my OBS object is going to be about this big, and then prevent the sprite from getting bigger than that, but whatever. That sounds very complicated for something that would constantly break. Because I could also resize this duck as well, right? Like I can zoom it out. I'm like, oh no, I'm so small. Or I can make it very big, very chonker, very chonky, not chonker. You can be a chonker, you cannot be chonker. You can be chonky. Is a number not used to scale the sprites? Yeah, well, a number is used to scale the sprites, right? But what I'm saying is, how would you figure out that number, right? Because like this box is here, and then this box is here. So how would you tell when to cap the number? Right? How would you determine how big to make that number, or how small to make that number? Right? Because these programs don't talk to each other. These programs have no idea that the other one exists. So how would you know how big the other ones are? If statement, yes, clearly. Yes, sometimes I also like to use a print statement as well. Have you considered using a string to store information in your program? Yeah, to cap the limit on the sprite size, you would need to have the two programs talk to each other, and then also talk to OBS to know how big they even are in relation to each other. Bigger than the limit, then set the number to the... But yeah, but that, you're still not... You're like ignoring the principal problem, right? The problem is not how to cap the size. The problem is, how do you know how big they are? Right? Can you answer how would this program know? Because this is all this program sees, right? How would this program know how big this duck is compared to how big this program is with the number? But then how would you even figure out the number? How do you know what the number should be? How would you know how big the number should be? Riddle me this. How do you eyeball it? Absolutely not. Why would I eyeball it? Why that's magic numbers should be avoided when possible. No, you should never just try to eyeball at something, right? If you're trying to do something like what wasn't the initial request, make it so the sprite is never bigger than the duck, than the 3D model duck, right? Yeah, I guess you could eyeball it, but then what if I'd make the 3D model duck smaller like this, right? Then what? Then the magic number is broken. So it's not a scalable solution. It's a solution that doesn't make any sense. Because it works in only one context and one context only. You just eyeball it again? Oh, absolutely not. See, at that point, I'd rather just have it be weird, you know? If there's no easy solution, well, it's not a bug. It's now a feature. And then every now and then, I just need to do just need to hit you with a smaller chunk. I can just manually adjust it. Duck. Yes, duck. Potentially a goose at some points. And then we shall engage in a pursuit. Actually, how does duck, duck, goose work again? Who chases who? You chase? No, yeah, no, the person sitting down chases the person. Yeah. It's been a long time since I played duck, duck, goose. As a person in their 20s, I've not played Duck Duck Goose in a long time. I have played musical chairs somewhat recently. All right, what I'm looking at right here, by the way, is each override for this is one of these. So let's go back to here. So this is our override stuff. This is our demo. We don't care about the demo. But I do need to cross-reference the exact values I'm passing. So override split. So if your overrides, so we split here. So this is your file path. Okay, so okay. And then this is the oh, it's called values, I guess. Just running out of words because there's a lot of splitting that's going on. Override split 1, then we'll split again. It doesn't need to be super complicated. That's fine. We'll split it off of an equals. Then if value size is not 2, it must be exactly 2. Enter invalid override option. Override option. Oh, sorry. Name on Discord and stuff is Hyonk We Goose. Hyonk. Nice. Did I say 69 at any point? I apologize. I was not going for that. My sense of humor is like still stuck in middle school, unfortunately. But luckily, I don't really, I don't know. Cool. Duck is still big. Did you just change your nose? your name? Not your nose. Did you just change your Twitch name? Are you allowed to change a Twitch name per channel? Is that how that works? Can you give me a joke? Have you tried looking in a mirror? Got him. My name, yeah. Spawned a new you? Yeah. I don't know. I just changed my nose. Nice. Are you Katy Perry? Who's a famous person? Who's a recent famous person? I don't know if Katy Perry is still relevant. I also don't know if Katy Perry has like had face work done. I was about to say something different and decided against it at the last second. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think my nose is actually somewhat distinctive, unfortunately, because it's so ugly. I have an ugly nose, a very Asian nose. All right, but I can change you. Who are you? You don't want to be a chinchilla? You're gonna say, all right. Well, you know, you can look that kind of stuff up on your own time. Yeah, you don't want to be a chinchilla? Chinchillas are pretty dope. Whee! Look at that. Let's see your stream avatars do this. Wait, what did you just say? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna repeat it. Well, not repeat it, because it could be a clip that could be taken out of context. You sickos. Probably into that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can be an upside down chinchilla, I guess. Hyongkui goes. You can be an upside down chinchilla. Look how cute this boy is. Out of context. Duckify then scale over and over. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point, right? Is that like I don't want you to to abuse it. That's the point of the point system, right? Everything working as intended. All right. Well. Skipping arg here. Skipping arg. Oh, I see. These don't get. Okay, that's kind of a pain. That's kind of a pain. So Godot actually in the internals, I'm pretty sure it does parse these as separate arguments. But when it exposes it to GDScript, it does not parse them as separate arguments. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. We can pass these all as separate arguments. That's fine. That's fine. One of the annoying parts about doing weird stuff like this is that no one else has done this, so I have to write all this stuff myself. Hey. Okay. Did I do this wrong? I did do this wrong. Okay. So we can have this just be override option. So you pass every single override option as a separate flag. Like that. Oh, green screen shirt. Oh yeah. Some people do have green screen shirts. That's true. That's true. Yeah, it's actually somewhat easy for me to add new sprites. It's just that I accidentally deleted the last folder I had. So there used to be a lot more sprites, for sure. Yeah, and the only requirement is that your sprite had to be, was it? I think every single sprite is 128 by 128 times 3. It's a 3x3 sprite sheets where every single sprite is 128 by 128. Something like that. Running question: are you Asian or something? I don't know what else to say. I am Asian. I am Asian. Yes. What makes you say that? Did you glean that from my last name? I suppose it's understandable because you don't usually see this last name in the U.S. Because it's a very working class last name from what I understand. So it's fairly common in Hong Kong. But in the U.S., there's not too many people. Yeah, the most common Hong Konger last name in the U.S. is NG, which is a sound I don't really understand why it's a separate sound. Right? Because it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. And then I can count up to a 99, and I don't remember how to say 100 in Cantonese. And also my accent was also probably really bad. All right, so this should be override option. So we only want to look for one override option. So we run this again. Get status. If you had a green body bag with a dead person, and are they invisible? I don't know. Sounds like the military should be using a green screen as well, instead of the silly camouflage. Who needs digital camo when you have a green screen? Yeah, why did I just see a line of words? Yeah. When you type in chat, you know, when you type in chat, it does the Billy or Nico thing, right? You can see the source code here. If my bot was still working, I could actually link it, but instead I have to do it manually like this. Friendly potato stream. Yeah, so if you have Godot, you can try to open this yourself. Yeah, so they all just kind of go across like that. Yeah, written in Godot, so that's also how I'm able to get the fancy physics as well. So I'm able to do like this. I'll set your scale, by the way. Make you small. Yo, can you try out this game of mine real quick? Does it have an HTML5 build? Does it have a web build? I can try it if it has a web build, but I will tell you I will not be playing it with sound on. So if you can satisfy those two things, 1, web build, 2, it's okay to have the sound off. I can try it. There's only a web build? Yeah, I guess we can get distracted. I'm already like super distracted anyways. Look at this. Look at this. I'll also mute myself because I'm listening to a video on a different computer. Little Blue Penny, if you can't control the ship, refresh the page. Your job here is to defend from attackers. Up arrows or Z or C to switch direction of orbits. Space, X or M to shoot a laser. Okay. Down arrow, A or S to slow down. A or S. Why is it so small? Click on screen. Oh my god. Nice. I'm not pressing any buttons. So I can't control the ship. I can't control the ship. It looks pretty good though. I like the effects that you got going. It has the juice. It has the juice. I'm a little confused as to how I'm supposed to be controlling this. I like the effects that you got going on though. I'm not. I have no hands on the keyboard. Yeah, it's written in Scratch. Oh, it is written on Scratch. I don't know any Scratch, but I guess I'm. Is it supposed to wobble like this? You can't stop her. Oh, you can only switch direction. Okay, I guess that was not super clear. I thought I was actually like controlling it. So just, it's more like a rhythm game, isn't it? Isn't it just more fun to play like this? Like a rhythm game? And isn't it like, if I just spam shots like this, isn't it like not so bad? Okay, well, I guess I died. Maybe that's not the strat. Oh, and then you can A or S to slow down. I also forgot you could do that. Oh yeah, this is way more manageable. Oh, I guess you do need to be like accurate though. Yeah, it's like a challenge game. I get it. I get what you're going for. You can shoot the power-ups. Yeah. I figured you could do that. I like to play games on hard mode. Anything that makes my gameplay experience easier, get that out of here. Spamming bullets is the way to go. Yeah. I think if you had maybe like I don't know, like a power meter or something. That's like, you can shoot, every time you shoot, it reduces your power and your power regenerates. That solves the spamming problem at the very least. Oh, you know what? You know what could be cool? You know what could be cool? If you could add that? is to solve the spamming the bullets problem, right? And then it would also feed into your yeah, there is a delay, but you know what kind of feeds into that? Oh no, I forgot to turn off the sound. Is when you're, since you can slow down or speed up your rotation, right? What if it's like your power meter for like, or your, you know, if shooting had a power meter, right? What if spinning around the earth recharged your power meter? Something like that, right? That could be a cool mechanic, right? Doesn't seem too difficult to implement, right? Because you just need to track how much power you have for shots, and then you could even just tag how fast the recharge is based off of how fast your rotation around the planet is. Yeah, A or S to slow down, I think. I use a non-standard keyboard, so I don't actually have arrow keys. Or I do have arrow keys, but it's kind of hard to reach them. Yeah, so yeah, what do you add a power meter for your shooting? And then it recharges based off of how fast you rotate around the planet. So it incentivizes you, right, to spin around faster. Could be cool, could be cool. But overall, yeah, I mean, it is a game for sure. I'm sure it's a lot better if you have sounds on, but it does have the juice, which is good. And by juice, I mean it has effects. It has the screen shake, even your little health bar wiggles when you get hit. I think those are the important things about games nowadays. Because nowadays, most game mechanics have already been done before. So if you want to differentiate yourself, you need to add the juice. You need to get the juice. Let me see. Why is this not working though? It works on full arborist, but it doesn't have bullets. You bounce from shape to shape, making touch the white ones and not the black ones. I don't know. Sounds very loud. Yeah. We're gonna get currently done, but if I do a sequel, which is planned for a Pop 2 universe into large multiverse, I'll try to remember that. Yeah. As a, I don't know. I think as a game by itself, if I have to give it a rating 8 out of 8, I would rate it 8 out of 8 mates. Great baits. I mean, it's a game for sure. I think if it was in like a bigger game as a mini game, I would be like, this is a solid 3 out of 5. It's not bad, for sure. I think for being written in Scratch, it's pretty impressive. Yeah. Could use a few more mechanics, but I think fundamentally it's very solid for sure. Well, what am I doing wrong here, by the way? I'm thinking about it. Override, split, then we do the, it's because I keep, this needs to be override 0, because we already verify the size in both places. Did I delete get status? RM override option, and then restore at, no, restore. What happened to demo? Oh, right. Get status, get def. So we changed the name, we did all of that stuff. All right, that's fine. So we add the override options and split them out into their own flags. That's right. Git commit add all message split override options out into separate flags. All right, so run me again. It takes a little bit. Nothing happens. Maybe. Skipping arg script, skipping this on invalid override R option. Invalid override option AM aborting. Invalid override option A. Oh. Oh. Okay, so that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. Okay, can I escape a space? How do you escape a space? I don't know. There's also a full elimination 360 shot power up, so I guess that makes the experience somewhat easier. Maybe even counted. I wasn't really looking. I don't think I did. I guess that does make sense. It's not that like there's not enough options, I guess. It's more that like core mechanics. I wish there were more core mechanics rather than just shooting, if that makes sense, right? Because the core mechanics around the game, right, are you spin around the planet. I get that. You know, you're not able to control, you know, your spin. You can only control which direction and how fast you spin. Yeah, sure, right. But I wish there was more than just spin and shoot, right? So maybe like a little bit of, you know, you need to manage your resources would be make it a bit more engaging as opposed to just mashing the shoot button as fast as possible. Because my methodology towards, or my train of thought towards game design is, if there is an optimal way to play the game, players will take it every single time. So if someone identifies that the optimal way to play the game is to mash the keyboard as fast as possible, I think that's what most players will do. What you need to do is add a system that, I guess, eliminates the optimal way of playing and forces people to think harder about how they approach gameplay. Which, you know, I get like some people are like, oh no, that takes away, you know, player freedom. But like, that's not, you know, if you want player freedom, go play Minecraft or something, right? If you want like a game that engages you, you need to, you know, meet the game developer, the game designer halfway. Oh yeah, you know, it's definitely a game, for sure. Well, maybe I can just say that, like, you're not allowed to have spaces. Any text is not allowed to have spaces, and that's final. Right, maybe that'll be fine. So we can close this, go here. Git commit all, fix up, git rebase. I had to fix up. All right, that's fine. So let's try this again. So it runs through it. Invalid override option 1 over aborting. Okay. 1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. This part. Alright, so git commit fix up. Rebase me. We'll squash the commits. And then we can run it again. I've been watching for probably near 2 hours. I don't know what you're making yet. So what I am making, by the way, is I am working on this program. I feel like I've shown this. You might have seen this, right? I'm working on this VTuber virtual puppet project. I have recently cut a new release for it on GitHub. So if you go here, you can grab the latest release alpha 2 here. But something that's kind of difficult is cutting the new releases, because you can see, like, I'm currently on Windows. Wow. But there's a sizable audience that it seems like most users are actually on Linux, right? Because if you're on Windows, you have lots of choices. Because every single choice currently on the market only works on Windows. So, you know, given this cross-platform one versus the ones that are optimized for Windows, which one would you use? You would use the Windows one. But the Linux people are like, you know, they want Linux builds. So I got Linux builds. But to make it Flatpak compatible, there are several changes I need to make on my side. So I'm trying to work on a tool that works in CI builds. So here's some CI stuff, you know, CI CD. This is a CI test. This thing is for CD, which is continuous deployment. So CI, continuous integration, CD, continuous deployment. Usually you have them in the same pipeline. Maybe you have different pipelines. These builds are broken, but you know. Actually, it was able to compile some of them. You know what? It actually did work. It actually did work, except for OSX. OSX can go die in a hole. Is there a limit on games played per stream time, or is it strictly based on whatever's happening on stream? It's, I don't know. Most of my streams are tagged to exactly what the stream title is, which is like, I don't usually play games on stream. Mostly I'm trying to work on something because, you know, if I don't do it on stream, I'm probably not going to do it at all because I have other things I need to do. Like this project is like number 3 on my list of things to do. Because I am working on my own games in the background. I have one game that's being made with Godot, and I have another game that's being made with Dioxys. You might have heard of it if you are into Rust. And by Rust, I mean the Rust language, not Rust the game. I think Rust the game is kind of boring, honestly. But I have a game that's based off of this, which is kind of cool, right? Because it's basically Electron, but it's much, much more efficient. So it's not as big. Electron just bundles Chrome with the entire application. So if you have a lot of Electron apps, you have Chrome multiple times downloaded for no reason at all. But this is not how Dioxys works. Dioxys has their own tiny WebView implementation bundled per platform. And they also have just Rust stuff. So it's a React-style GUI library written in Rust. Make Rust in Rust? You could, yeah. You could. I mean, there are like, yeah, Rust is a mature enough language. You know, big companies are actually hiring for it. I was hired as a Rust developer at a company, so I think the scary part about that is that most Rust developers, and I'm not talking about the game, they don't play the game Rust. Like most Rust developers are not actually Rust developers. They are C++ developers, and they're using Rust completely incorrectly. Which is, you know, it's weird. It's weird. All right, setting override for file, test script. So test script should have changed. Yeah, but basically, all those words to say, I am working on something in CI so I can change values at build time. Kind of how Golang does it. So you can inject variables based off of platform or whatever. I think that's not something you can even do with C# either, which is kind of cool. It's really only in like C++ or C, something that uses a preprocessor, or like Golang. I know also has that. I think Rust you can kind of do it because it kind of has like compile time values almost. Where it's not really compile time value, it's more like compilation flags. Yeah. But in a scripting language, you don't have access to that. So that's what I'm trying to emulate here. All right, so yeah, if I had to guess, yep, that's the diff. It just kind of nuked it. Git restore everything here. So that comes back. Where's test node? Oh, there is test node. Yeah, so we can manipulate that as well. So it was able to find the file, but then it just kind of gave up on life. Okay. It wasn't able to find it. Okay. Print. Processing. this thing. So we can just give it a run. Look at the output. There's no output whatsoever. File get as text. Close Chrome when I was closing the Minecraft launcher because I hope I don't get a third sprite. You shouldn't. No, it's currently it's just based off of your Twitch name. So it's Twitch chat is actually based off of IRC chat. So your IRC name generally must be unique. And then I just use your IRC name and display it on the screen here. So sometimes you'll see it. If you're able to send 2 chat messages at roughly the same time when you don't exist on screen here, sometimes there's a bug where you'll be duplicated. That doesn't usually happen though. It's been a while since I've seen it, let's say that. So test script is empty, but presumably we should have been able to find it. Setting override for file. File get as text. Print file lines size. Alright, so we will git restore demo folder. So what do you got? There's only 1 line in it? Really? File write read. So I should be able to read from it. Is that not how this works? Right, so if you open a file as write read, opens the file for read and write operations. The file is created if it does not exist and truncated if it does. What? For read and write does not truncate the file. The cursor is positioned at the beginning of the file. So it's truncated. It's truncated? Why? Okay, sure. Okay, so we can, I guess we can just force it to be read write. I'll be amused if you could join Twitch chat like in MIRC or whatever. I'm not sure if you can. I know that, well, you might be able to, right? So, I mean, it is just the IRC client. So as long as your IRC client supports, you know, yeah, I mean, yeah, it should be IRC compliant. There are a few Twitch specific things that are not IRC compliant. So like raid messages or like, I think the redemptions. Oh no, redemptions are not even past the IRC. Never mind. Yeah, I think you probably could. Yeah. I think if you find my Friendly Potato stream code, I mean it's there, right? Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Plankta, if you're still there. Yeah, it should work. Should work, I think. I don't see why it wouldn't. Invalid file. Unable to open for writing. Something like that, and then we'll just return. Okay. So reconstructed file, blah, blah. So we'll close, yeah, we manually close it, then open it again. And I think that might solve my problem because like, I know the file exists. Git restore, demo folder. Run me again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's weird. So when you open the file for write reads, it's truncated and then open for reading. I feel like that's not right, or that's not correct. Like I want the file to be truncated. That's the entire thing. Maybe it should just be read write. Maybe write read is that you write it and then you can continue reading from it. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is I want to read the file and then I want to replace everything in the file. This makes it sound like it would be, it would open it for reading, but then anything that I store, well, cursor position at the beginning of the file. I guess it would mean that I'm overwriting it. That I just, if I wanted to not overwrite anything, I would need to move the cursor. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Maybe I'm just doing this weird. Maybe I'm just being weird about it. Let's try this. I'm pretty sure I'm just doing this weird. Read write. Yeah, read write is probably closer to what I want. Git restore demo folder. Why are you so small? Why are you so small? Who are you? Hyonk. I don't know actually. Why are you so small? Oh, did you type in small at any point? It's possible. It's possible I accidentally made you small. Here, you can have a few chunks if you want. All right, yeah, okay. So read write is probably more correct to what I want. But then it didn't change anything either. So let's see. Of course, the Windows terminal, or the Godot terminal, it's overflowed. But that's fine. I don't need to print out everything anymore. I know that this is valid. Don't type in processing. So let's try this one more time. Git status. Okay, it didn't even change anything, so that's good. Setting override for file. Okay. And then, oh, but it didn't process any line. Git status. Hold on. Bad position. Give me again. Type you may be upside down. Yeah, sometimes you know, some stuff breaks. I did write this program like forever ago. Like you go to my profile, we look for one of my repositories. Let's see, what did I call it? Friendly potato stream. Yeah, the last commit was December 31st. 2021. So it's been a while since I've even looked at it. So there are probably things that are super duper broken. All right, var const. Okay. I think I see print line. Oh, that's interesting. So it did run through the entire file. If not, line begins with, oh, it should be and. Okay. Wait. Hold on. I guess this does need to be, if not this, and then we'll just grab all of this. So if not either of these, that's probably more correct. Okay. I see the error of my ways. Yeah, technically, I'm actually past my usual end time, but we're going to keep going because I do have tomorrow off. Which does remind me I also need to sign into my work laptop and send a few emails. I miss working with people who are based out of the US. Everyone I work with now is like, you know, I'm working with a guy from Hungary, another few people from Switzerland, tons of people from India, some dude from Singapore. Such a pain. And everyone is also like 30 years older than me. Like, you might be thinking like, man, this streamer sounds super old, but let me tell you. Once you work in like this industry, like I work in financial services as a, you know, I do a lot of infrastructure automation, application workload migration to containers. Everyone there is like in their 50s, dude. Everyone's so old. Like, I have a coworker who's having his 3rd kid. I'm like, man, like this dude is also like mentally super old, like 30. Like, this dude is in his 30s or 40s. I think he's in his late 30s, and he already has 3 kids. That's a ton of kids, man. 3 kids? My parents had 3 kids. That's crazy. Even like 1 kid is like a lot. Like, that's a kid is like an actual human being. Now you sound super young. Dang, old millennial. Yeah, I am a millennial. I'm on the cusp, right, of being a Zoomer. Like, isn't the cutoff for millennial is like 1995? Yeah. Like, I still remember using Netscape. Like, when I was still in school, like, I remember the transition from floppy disks to flash drives, or as they called them back then, a jump drive. Does anyone remember jump drives? We used to think it was really cool if you had like a 10 megabit or a 10 megabyte jump drive. You're like, wow, 10 megabytes. Think of how many Word documents you could save on that. All right, processing test 1. I don't think that's right. Got busy? Yeah. You know. You know, like, it's not a surefire thing to conceive a child, so people can try for months trying to conceive. Not that I would know. Sag. Or maybe not Sag, I don't know. Maybe that's a good thing. You know, kids are like super expensive as well. Do you think you can play another game? Yeah, if you want to post it. As long as it's not like offensive or like pornographic in nature. Hold on. Okay, so this broke. That makes sense. How did this happen, actually? What the heck? What was this supposed to be? What the heck? What happened? What happened to the file? It just died. Sure, save me. And then git status, git restore. I don't know how to type. Depends on your YH. What is a YH? On your YH? why is such a weird thing to come up with? The only thing I can think of is your ho. That's such a rude way of putting it, though. Your yeah? YH is yeah? Are you a Zoomer? Do you judge millennials for not recording selfie video? What is a video that is pointed at your face called? It's not called a selfie. What is it called? Is it just like a selfie video? A self video? Of course, Zoomer, you're 14. Oh my god, he's 14? You're more than 10 years younger than me? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Like when I was in school, like I was academically very young, right? Because I have a summer birthday, so I was never held back either. So everyone was always older than me. And then even at work, I'm still the youngest person on every single team I'm on. I'm surprised you are 27 as well. How did you... I'm surprised you were able to do that math and also figure out 27. I suppose it's not that hard to find. All selfie videos count as vlogs, or as they used to be called, a vlog. I think that's how you know when someone's like old, is they call it a vlog, a vlog. But do people even call it? Do Zoomers even call it vlogging? Like, what is a TikTok called? Is it just a TikTok? Like if you make a TikTok and you just point it at your face, is that a vlog or is that just what is that? Like I would not consider that a vlog. I would consider what like Casey Neistat makes to be like vlogs. It's one of my worst games ever. Maybe I'll find out about that orb all my playtesters just keep talking about. We can give it a try. We can give it a try. Oh, whoops. It's I like the garish colors, very bubblegum-esque. Run stupid game. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Let me see. We can run it really quick. I didn't read the controls at all. What are the controls? Ooh. WSD. I don't know what I'm doing. I like the character though. It reminds me of me. This is pretty much how I look like in a mirror. My game very good. Yeah, I like the lead speak. Do not touch spike. Yeah. A TikTok is just a TikTok, but TikTok sucks. You know. Look at that. I'm stuck in the wall. You just wiggle out of it, I guess. I'm familiar with this type of game. I've made this kind of thing before. Mystery orb that makes everything in the game bad. Never touch. We'll touch it. We'll touch it. We'll touch the orb. Game crashed. Alright, well. Press flag to restart. Flag with 2 G's. I got nothing. Yeah, that was pretty good. You know? Had a pretty good story. Did exactly what it said it was gonna do, so you can rate it 8 out of 8. Hate most social media. Yeah. Top left flag. Yeah, I don't know. I'm using Chrome. I'm using the most latest build of Chrome. Well, not the latest, but I'm using the latest stable build of Chrome. Let me see. Substring, 0 position. Am I doing this wrong? I guess we can add a little bit of debug here. So we'll do print key value. Actually, I hate it when I do it like this. Key value. I'll hit it just like that. This is in the wrong order, by the way. Get this. So latest version of Chrome, yeah. I'm actually like bald in real life, so it's been a long time since I've used the comb. All right, so test is equal to test and then val. Oh, it's because of the. Wait, no. Hold on. Git restore demo folder. Long hair. I used to have long hair. I actually started growing out my hair before the pandemic really started to kick off, right? But But like at its longest, I had hair down to like the middle of my back. I'm trying to feel where it is. You know, like you know what your belly button is? So like just kind of imagine your belly button goes all the way through your your spine. That's kind of how long my hair was. I used to have like really, really long hair. Long enough that like you know, when I was out like getting groceries, I would have dudes just come up to me and be like, "Hey." I'd be like, "What? What the heck?" And they'd be like, "Oh, sorry." I'm like, "What, did I just get hit on? Or was this guy about to hit on me just because I had long hair? What the heck?" No, I get it, you know. I'm a very attractive man. Just maybe not to... just maybe very attractive for, like, dudes. Feels bad, man. Naturally bald or shaved head? Yeah, I'm shaved on purpose bald. Yeah. You know, no, I think the reason why I went bald is, one, it feels good. Like, it's just easy. But two, I think a bunch of my friends and my family were just like, "Hey, like, you're going bald." And I'm like, "No, I'm not going bald." And I looked at it, no, I'm not going bald. Like, honestly, not really. Maybe in like 3 years. Like, it's still pretty young to go bald, but like I don't really have like the receding hairline yet. I can tell it's starting to hit a little bit, but like not, just definitely not like obviously receding. And then so, you know, I was like, you know what? I have long hair. What if I just cut it all off? And then I cut it all off. I mean, you know, feels pretty good. I'm just gonna keep doing this until I get tired of it. It's really easy as well to go bald if you're not in a relationship. That's probably the best part. If you're not in a relationship, it's really easy to be bald, because then you have no one else to nag you about not having hair. Yeah, long hair and feminine hips. Yeah, these hips don't lie. I never go outside with my long hair. That sounds a horrifying. Belly button that goes through the spine. Yeah. Expensive surgery to fix the receding hairline. Yeah, pull an Elon Musk. Like I guess I could afford it, but yeah, I like being bald. Like I'm in pretty decent shape, so whatever. I think if you're bald and you're out of shape, it looks really bad. If you're bald and like decently in shape, decently in shape doesn't mean that like you're jacked, right? I think you just need to have like a pretty solid core and you'll look okay. And then after that, it's all confidence, baby. It's all confidence. It's all confidence. Something is wrong here, by the way. Oh, you know what? It's because of this. It's because of this. Reconstructed file. Append line. Yes. It's because of that. Setting override processing. Oh, did it just explode after the first one? Hey, what? Skipping arg bless, setting override, processing. What? What? Yeah, what the heck? So this is test one. So this is correct, kind of. Out of shape, not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm overweight. Well, it depends on how tall you are. And that's pretty much it, really. That's pretty much it. Also, I guess also your gender as well. So like, I think it does make sense for dudes to be a bit lighter than girls, actually. If you're underweight, I suppose. Right, because you don't really have developed mammary glands, but just a little bit of fat. I don't know what that means, but like I'm pretty short. I am 5'5". I'm 5'5", but I used to be like 150 pounds. I don't know how many kilograms that is. But like I also used to be like extraordinarily jacked because I used to be like a huge gym rat. Used to be able to lift a pretty ridiculous amount. Also used to have like pretty ridiculous core strength. So if you've ever done like a lever or a reverse lever, like I could do those for forever. Not to brag or anything. Well, you do need like pretty strong, pretty developed core to hold those. Went for a walk around town yesterday. It's not everyday occurrence. I go take a walk around town, get some VHS tapes plus fresh air. VHS tapes. Do you have a VHS player? Like even when I was a kid, VHS tapes were going out of style. The only things I remember watching on VHS were like Magic School Bus, plus a bunch of Disney movies and Pixar. I remember I used to watch like Toy Story like over and over and over again. When did Toy Story come out actually? Toy Story. Yeah, 1995. Yeah, I watched Toy Story 2 in theaters. I think. Toy Story 2. Yeah. Yeah, I watched Toy Story 2 in theaters. Yeah. We sat in the far front left row because those are the only tickets we could get. 14.58, pretty average. So if you're 5'8", you should be about 150. 150 if you're in decent shape, or you're in average shape. So you should have a little bit of muscle. How many push-ups can you do? You know, if you can do 50 push-ups in a row, I'd say that you're in okay shape. If you can do 100, you know, if you can run 10 kilometers, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, you know, you're on track to becoming bald. Heartbreaker. Wait, what? So even your lever, are those song lyrics? I'm not familiar. So a lot of these, something is breaking here, by the way. Non-var, non-const. There's something wrong here, and the reason why I have to do this as well is because this is actually being executed at runtime, so I can't actually use the debugger. I could attach a debugger, I think. I'm just not familiar with how to do it with GDScript. Because this isn't C++, right? So I can't just use GDB and attach something to it. I would need to look up how to do it with GDScript because it's not in the same process. I'm actually spawning a new process to do this, which is why I'm so confused. Recently got a VCR. You got a VCR? Is that like on the same level of hipsterism as being like you have a turntable? Or not a turntable. What's it called? What's the thing that can play like what is it called? Like the vinyl, a vinyl thing. Is that like are VCRs like vinyls? Are they coming back? Or VHS tapes, yeah. No, wait, you think I do push-ups as so not 10 kilometers? You can, right? It's all training. It's all training. I had asthma as a kid. I actually almost died from my asthma because my parents didn't believe I had asthma. It was only because I had to bug them like every night for a week, like, hey, like I can't breathe, please help. And like after a week, they're like, yeah, okay, fine, we'll take you to a doctor. And then the doctor was like, yeah, he may. If you had waited like one more day, he might have died from like oxygen deprivation. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. My parents almost killed me as a kid. Good to know. Need steroids? Yeah. I remember I also had to take the chest steroids. I'm familiar. Skipping a bad position. I see. Let's just add a bit more debug, I guess. Val key. So let's see what you were looking for. Run me again. Well, just look at the debug log from here. Skipping bad position for test. What? These are all test 1? How? Okay. So it's the same key multiple times, which is wrong, by the way. Oh, it's because I'm... Wait. Huh? For override keys, override split. Oh, because these are all for the same file. These are all for the same file. Okay, I'm dumb. Once had random panic attack from my asthma once, so I had to go to the hospital and breathe using a bag because I couldn't breathe without. Yeah. I remember they gave me, they put me on a little oxygen tank and I just had to sit there for a while. And every now and then they'd be like, hey, can you breathe? I'm like, yeah, I can breathe. Great parenting, just 9% good. Says, sorry, because I would probably die inside if I did put this there. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, hello, Casper. Hello. How are you? I'm writing a little script, a little export script to do something very similar to a Go LD flags X, which is basically this. If you want to read the article, it's kind of interesting how this works. I actually like doing this. It seems a bit jank, but actually a lot of big companies use this. If only because I've had to do this several times. So you inject in data at build time. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, using a Godot script instead of Python. But Python would probably make more sense. But I'm doing all right. I have tomorrow off. I need to send some emails after this, so that my counterpart in Hungary is updated. But yeah, I'm at an alpha 2 release of this. It adds eye facial mocap support. OpenSea Face is updated to the latest version. But unfortunately, the Flatpak build is kind of borked. But I also don't maintain the Flatpak build, but I still get blamed for it all the same. Which is why I was very reluctant to add Flatpak support, but the person maintaining it told me they knew what they were doing. Join my Discord? Oh, thanks for joining my Discord. I have not been paying attention. I don't really pay attention to any of the meta stuff. The Discord is really for, like, if you have something you need to talk to me about the programs or any of my projects, that's what it's really there for. There are lots of people here that know about programming or like Linux stuff that are really into that. So if you're into like ricing your Linux distribution, then, you know, probably also a good resource. Or if you're into VTubers as well. That's cool. I'm working with Godot 4 Alpha 15. We're building my OBS overlay in Godot for all the libraries I was using before in other C# projects in Godot itself. Oh, so like one of these. Hint. This is, well, I guess this is Godot 3, so it's not really the same thing. Yeah, I'm on the latest version, so I'm not sure. It's whatever the version is after 15. I always build from master. It's a good what's the word I'm looking for? It's a good exercise, right? OBS overlay, not so hard. You know, if you're using transparency, apparently transparency is more intensive, and I can believe that, because you do need to, for transparency to work, you do need to capture 2 times, right? Because you need to capture the window and then everything behind the window. Whereas a green screen, you don't need to capture anything behind the window, right? It's pretty easy. Yeah, I'm playing Twitch Lib, OBS, WebSocket. Oh, OBS WebSocket, you say. OBS WebSocket, you say. And Twitch lib, you say. Twitch GD, you say. I get it. Yeah, it's a good exercise for sure. I know about your GD script version. Oh, you're doing it in a C sharp. Godot C sharp. I see. Fair enough. Isn't it like it should be fairly trivial to just take Twitch lib, right? And then just take out all the Unity specific parts, right? Because it's not built specifically for Unity. At least the connection part is fairly agnostic. It's only if you want to insert it as a component in Unity that you need to modify it, right? It shouldn't be too hard. Because there's the library part and then the actual the binding part. So since SSL issues with 3.5 and mono and non-existent with 4.0 and .NET 6. Not familiar. Haven't tried. I think like my position with C Sharp and Godot is like, I don't really need it. Especially with how like GD extensions are, or like even just like I'm pretty comfortable with running my own C++ builds now. If I need something a bit more complex, I'll just dip into C++ or Rust. Something like that. But in terms of like using your own libraries and all that, yeah, I get it. I do the same thing. Pure Twitch lib, not the Twitch lib Unity library? Yeah, well, okay. Well, then you're just binding Twitch lib, right, to Godot. Not too hard. Also, I'm looking at this and I'm kind of wondering why this log, you can't really see it, but I can see it. So is skipping bad position for test 1 multiple times, but that shouldn't be the case. And I think I know why that's happening. It's because this should be key to array, not string to replacement. This should be array of replacement files. So path to array of replacements. So here, where's overrides? So if overrides has override split, override split 0, and then we'll negate it. Then we'll overrides. Override split 0, new array. Otherwise, we'll just hit it with a append, something like that. Then doing bindings is all just the Twitch lib assembly as well. Yeah, I mean that's what I meant, right? Is binding assembly. If you're using it, you're binding it, right? You are somehow connecting the two things that didn't originally have a connection between the two. Not to bind it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're not. You're not having to do any C dialib stuff or whatnot. You're not having to load any DLLs, but you're still taking a library that did not have an API interface for Godot and then creating the API interface. That's what I meant by binding. I suppose that's not the technical term for it, but you're creating the API interface into TwitchLib from Godot, right? To use the correct parlance. I'm sorry, I don't know too much about computer science. I'm not classically trained, or trained at all, really. I guess in a way it is still a binding because Godot is C++. So anything in C# is already bound somehow. I don't know why I'm looking at this, by the way. This has nothing to do with this. So for path in overrides keys, and then we need to run over every single, yeah, so for path, and then this is actually an array of values. So, hold on. Replacements. Something like that. So we can take this out, see what breaks. That breaks. And then for line in... Okay. I gotta think. It's this part here that needs to go away. Just doing the Twitch lib API directly in my project from my overlay using the functions and C# things and Godot stuff on that. Yeah. So you're creating the API, the Godot API for Twitch lib, right? That's what I really mean by binding, but is you're binding Twitch lib API to Godot somehow, whether it be via FFI, whether it just be over creating the API interface, whatever, it's all the same, right? The end result is still the same, right? You're able to use Twitch lib in Godot somehow. What is this? Is this porn? Please don't be porn. Okay. What is this? Hey. What is this? If my bot is up, you can actually do something similar with Kause. I don't remember if my bot is up. Is my bot up? No, my bot is currently down. But if you go to bot playground, you can see all that kind of stuff. I need to find time to rewrite my bot, but I just don't want to. I have other things I need to do. My bot is like number 5 on the list of things to be rewritten. Head on out by. All right, take it easy. It is pretty late if you are a youngster, I suppose. Line and file line. So. For replacement in replacements. 4 a.m. for you. It's 4 a.m. What is 4 a.m.? So that's 1-5. You are located in Greece, Bulgaria, Belarus, right? Because UTC is actually, yeah, you could be Greece still. No, Britain. Really? GMT is. I thought GMT was the same as UTC. Isn't UTC +4 from Eastern time? Really? Oh, because it's spring forward or daylight saving. Well, no, doesn't the UK also use daylight savings or no? Maybe I'm crazy. God, I hate time zones. GMT is 0 and BST. Oh, BST is +1. Now that's something I didn't know. I thought GMT and VST were the same. Isn't GMT Greenwich, right? GMT is Greenwich Mean Time. Isn't Greenwich in the UK? Right? And then there was like a big controversy over whether we should use GMT or whatever the French one was. Yeah, British summertime. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's on your computer. So I'm still somewhat correct? Question mark. Am I still correct or am I wrong? So GMT is +4 or no? And then no, BST uses daylight savings. I don't know. I don't know. And you know what? BST uses daylight savings, but GMT is supposed to be a global time, and GMT and UTC are roughly the same. Or I don't know. This is why I hate dealing with time zones. I remember on my first professional project we worked on, we had a huge issue with that. Because in the second half of the year, after we switched after fall back in the US, in if any transactions were made with your credit card between 0-100 and 100, that would be marked as being part of the previous day because of daylight savings or whatever it was. GMTs multiple times up the VST data sizings. Don't know. All I know is that time zones are hard to deal with. Too hard. Replacement and replacements. So if replacement key pause is equal to, or I guess if it's just greater than 0, right? Greater than if bar pause line find replacement key if pause is greater than greater than 0, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess that's okay. Then, and then this is where I really dislike, well, I guess we can still do it like this, right? Oh, you know what? You can't do it like this. You have to do it like this. Okay. If the position that we found the key, the replacement key in, is greater than 0, then we will start processing it. Add a little bit of debugging for it. For line. Blah, blah. So, replacement key, replacement value, line. Bigger goose now, almost to what I used to be. Congratulations. Make sure you don't use up all your points. Because you could eventually save up enough points to redeem a pivot, which is the only channel point redeem that I have that I'm able to reject. But, you know, pivot to something else. You know, if you don't want me to be working on this thing, you can request a different thing to be worked on. Or, I don't know, play a game. Sometimes I play games, but very, very rarely. I don't even know if I even played a game on stream this year. I probably have. I think I played YS1, as you might be mistakenly pronouncing it. Processing, reconstructed file, append. This thing is this. So line, sub, string, 0 to position, and then replacements value. That might work. That might work. I'm not sure. You played 2 this stream? You know what? You know what? You so-and-so. Okay. You're technically correct. I don't respect it, though. I don't respect it. But sure. Alright. So it left out the name, which is pretty weird. That's pretty weird, to be sure. Why did that mess up? So, replacement key. Are the keys not right? Oh, position to replacement key size, length. Something that's weirdly. So this is length. So, but only strings have length. Everything else has a size. All right, one more time. Once more with feeling. Test scripts. Okay, so this is test. That's wrong. We also have it twice. This is test 0, test 1, test again. Processing test IM test for line var test. Processing test IM test for line test. Where's test 0? What? How? Processing test IM test for line. Eh? How? There's a few things that seem weird here. It looks like Godot is actually doing some sort of like replacements at runtime for arguments. That doesn't make any sense though to me. Why would you do that? I don't think you've ever made progress in the stream. I'm not sure though. Well, I think I have. I don't know. You know, I'm doing something that no one else has done in Godot before, so I think it is somewhat warranted that the progress is a bit slow. You know, I think if the stream was about like let's make a Mario clone in Godot, right? I think you would be right to say that. But, you know, show me an example of someone doing basically like a compile time define in Godot, you know, and someone doing that with GD scripts. All right, because the reason why I want to do this in GD script is because I can guarantee that I have the binary available when I'm compiling this, right? So the fact that we have gone from inserting an empty file to, you know, incorrectly inserting variables, you know, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. We're doing a lot of thinking. We're doing a lot of problem solving. You know, this isn't your standard programming where you just copy and paste from a demo that you found online, you know, because there's nothing for me to copy and paste. We're having to debug this in real time. We're actually solving real problems here, as opposed to just Googling all of our problems and then complaining when copy and pasting did not exactly solve everything we needed it to solve. You know, I invite you to prove me wrong by searching for something that is already done what I have done. Spoilers, I don't think you're going to find anything. Most of the things I work on, no one else has really done. I'm brazen enough to say that. Like most of the tooling that I've written, no one else has made. Yeah. Like I think if you look at like OBS WebSocket, I'm actually listed on the page as the writer of that. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Godot. It's me. Look at that. I'm listed on the main page for that. Oh, baby. Verbal expressions. No one else has done this. Oh, baby. Well, I guess I did copy it from them, so never mind. Ignore that. A package manager for Godot. Oh, baby. And I'm working on a thing so that you can have namespaced packages as well. Oh, baby. GD Lisp. No one's written a Lisp with Godot before. I'm sure there's other things I've written. Yeah, no one's written a REPL for Godot before. Like Godot does not have a REPL. It's not Python. But I wrote the REPL anyways. So now I'm trying to figure out this. I'm sure that this would be useful. At least for me. I just need to figure out how. Because I'm pretty sure how most people do it is that they just do it on their development machine and they like manually set up every single template, which is tough. Kind of like how this works right here. Where everything, the Linux editor 64, then we have the exact command. Linux editor release, and then the exact commands. But why are these being added improperly? The Nothing better than writing your own code for something. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think if there's a solution out there that is, you know, lots of people have vouched for, you should definitely use that solution, right? Because I think you need to know your own self. Like, I know myself, I know that I'm not the greatest programmer. The only difference is that I don't mind doing something kind of dumb. So, which leads to me, like, being put into positions where, like, I'm trying to do something that other people have thought about and we're like, nah, you know what if I just don't do this? Whereas, you know, you give me a situation, I take one look at it, I'm like, yeah, you know what, let's send it, dude. I don't know. What if we did something dumb but we do it now? Not having to go look on Google, just pog. Yeah, I mean, it is nice, right? If doing something once means that you have hopefully learned how it works, which is good. It's good. I think the problem is, like, even for the code that I've written before, like, even when I was looking through the regex stuff, I still had to Google it. Because I just forgot how it worked. Why is this not working? Like, this should be test 0. This should be test 1. So test 0, test 1. Right? And then in the outputs, processing test for test for test 0, which is wrong. That should be I am test 0. But we should be rotating through every single file. Oh, I see. I see. So there's a few things in play here. There's a few things at play here, which makes this really tough. So if I do this, yeah, that throws an error. So I need to go through here and then check to see if there is a, like, a literal string, I guess? Because this is not printing a literal string, so this is... That's tough. That's tough. It looks like Godot actually strips out these characters, which is annoying, but that's fine. I can deal with that. Or what I can do as well is add in a type. Like a type annotation inside of here. That's kind of weird, though. Imagine writing something extremely complex and finding out the reason it's not on Google because it's something simple to do. Yeah. I mean, that's happened before, right? That's definitely happened before. You know, sometimes the hard part is just knowing what the correct question to ask is, which is really what the main difficulty is in programming, is knowing how to ask the right questions. You know, it's something that I'm still improving myself in, but you know, programming is really just about knowing how to ask the right questions. Lots of people don't understand how to ask a question correctly, right? Like, to ask a question correctly, you need to, one, have what you currently have, right? Or at least this is how I ask a question. Is know where you currently are, know exactly what you want it to look like, and then ask, like, okay, how to, and know how to structure the question. Like, I've done this, how do I do this? Right? Like, this is what I want it to look like, this is what I have, this is what I've tried. What am I doing wrong? But I think what a lot of people do is just ask, like, oh, you know, how do I make my app work? What does that mean? How do I make my game work? You know, you don't have enough detail. Like, what do you mean work? What is your game? You know, there's not enough detail. You know, but you don't want to add too many details, otherwise no one's going to read your question. or wasn't going to know how to answer your question, because then you've gone too far into the weeds, as they say. So this should work, by the way. This should work. I'm still wondering why this is... Oh, you know what? I know what's going on, right? Is that it's finding this variable, and then test matches against test 0 as well. So I might need to use regex. I don't want to use regex though. I don't want to use regex, but I might have to. I might have to use regex just to find the exact line, and then I can do replacement based off of that. So if the regex actually finds it, we can yeet the entire line. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? All right, I'm going to use the restaurant. I'll be right back. I'm going to think about it. Hello, I'm back. Just learn it? Absolutely not. I think that's the thing, is that it's a common fallacy for lots of people, right? Is that like, oh, do you know, if you don't know something, just learn it. I don't really have enough room in my brain to learn it. You know, I have to learn I already have to learn a bunch of other stuff right now, and I need to be able to recall it at a moment's notice. Oh no. At a moment's notice. I'm currently on the wrong thing. You know, it's the same thing, right? Like, just learn it, forehead, you know? You know, if you're so smart, right? Like, why can't you just learn how to administer an OpenShift cluster, right? Like, tell me what an MCP role is, and then why an MCP role might fail whenever you update a image content source policy, and what conditions could even cause an MCP role, right? And then, by the way, an MCP in Kubernetes or an OpenShift means machine config plan. He's done it. You know, there's lots of things that you could learn. You need to make a decision at some points. You know, figure out like what things are worth learning, which things do you just need to know how to find, right? Like I personally, you know, like I don't stream for a living, right? I have like a real job. I have a real job. People pay me to do real things. So there's only so much that I know how to do. And there's only so much that I know how to, or I can keep in my head. All right, because, you know, you as a human are limited. I think if you have unlimited storage space, then, you know, please tell Skynet not to kill me whenever they start the inevitable revolution. But, you know, human brain, I live in meat space. I can only remember so many things at the same time. I'm getting bigger. Ooh woo. Can I get a capital B, capital O, capital P in chat? Test var test 1. Don't save this. Why did I save this? So if I just search for pop, yeah, there we go. That's my favorite emote, I'm not gonna lie. What is word? I don't remember. Word. What is the cheat sheet for word? Word. Wait. What? What's end of line? I know start of line is uptick. What's end of line? Ah, frick. Ends of string. Yes. Capital Z or backslash capital Z. Ends dollar. Really? Word boundary slash B. Okay. You know, I could do that and just see. Yeah, I could do that, right? I could regex it instead of just using a find, and then we can just keep track of what type of variable it is and then construct it on the fly. But then what happens if we do like that? Okay, so that still works. If we do. Okay, so I've already split it line by line, so I guess that will work. We can take this. Yeah, I don't know. Bop is probably my favorite emote. Bop, 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 bop. I think also this one's pretty good. I need to get around to making one of these emotes for my favorite streamer. It's actually kind of weird. It kind of freaks me out. Have you ever thought about, like, I'm assuming that you're fairly young, right? But like some kids, like even me, I've grown up watching this streamer, Northern Lion, since I was in high school. So it's been like 10 years. Isn't it? It's kind of freaky, like thinking how, you know, it used to be, you know, like late night hosts, like comedians would influence like today's youth and how they develop or whatnot, right? And so you could kind of tag certain generations to like, oh, like their humor is based off of like Dave Chappelle or whoever's famous now, or whoever used to be famous. I don't really know like comedians, but now it's like, oh, you talk to somebody and like, I don't know, like, can you really know who they even got their like sense of humor from or how they talk? It's freaky. Like I know for me personally, like there are like concerning similarities between me and, you know, favorite streamer, etc., etc. It's weird. Init def string, something like that, and then we will do line begins, can't type, begins with our def string string is equal to var. I really watch the people I used to. They switched to child-friendly content around the time Fortnite happened. So is that like, I'm assuming you mean like around the time that Fortnite became like a battle royale? Because actually, like I used to watch like Fortnite content back when it was still, like when it initially released, it was single player. Well, it's not single player, but it was not. It was single player plus co-op, but it was PvE, right? Not really PvP. I remember watching this, like, oh, you know what? This looks cool. I'd play this. But you know, the entire thing really popped off when it went into battle royale mode. And you know, I get it, right? People like battle royales. Have you watched Battle Royale, actually? The actual movie is not anything like modern battle royale. It's like the original battle royale movie is more of like a psychological thriller than like a action thing. Yeah, Fortnite used to be a zombie. Yeah, it was like a zombie base building thing, which is still pretty cool. Yeah. I've never watched a movie called Battle Royale. There is a movie called Battle Royale. It's a Japanese movie. It's pretty good. Like, is it like a must watch? Probably not. But it is like what most battle royales are named after, right? Like it's, I think like what's the lore of the movie is like Japan is overpopulated, so in order to cull the population, they pick like a classroom at random, and then just tell them like last man standing or last boy or girl standing wins. And so then they all try to like kill each other, or they try to make alliances using less than child-friendly methods. Ooh. It's worth a watch for sure. I don't know if it's a good movie or not though. But I think at the time that it was released, like Battle Royale. Yeah. Battle Royale. What the that's not how you what? Royale. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's an action thriller. I think it's more of a thriller than an action movie. Yes. So it's just The Purge, but in Asia. Well, also like The Purge came out afterwards, and also wasn't The Purge like not a good movie? Like The Purge isn't really a great movie. Is it? And also like the thing behind The Purge was that The Purge was allowed because they needed people to like. It was for like public ethics or morals. Like everyone needs to get all the evil out of them, so they give them 1 year a day, or 1 day a year, I should say, where they are allowed to just break the law and get it all out. Something like that. Whereas Battle Royale, it's just like one class will do it for everyone's entertainment, but also like it's supposed to like help somehow. Yeah, The Purge is fairly recent, yeah. Like Battle Royale came out in 2000. Yeah, The Purge came out in 2013. 13 years after. And then there's the other ones, but I've seen clips of the first one. I've never seen any Purge movie all the way through. Probably one class in each school. Well, I don't know. I mean, you can find the movie online. Not condoning pirating the movie or anything, but if you were to try to watch Battle Royale, that's how you should do it. Yeah. So Battle Royale came out first. So that's what I consider to be the canonical show. Yeah. So let's do the regex thing as well. So you need to recompile the regex every single time. So var regex. This is kind of a pain. Regex, regular expression. So regex compile. What are we searching for? Whatever the replacement key plus /b. Something like that, right? Var match, or you can't do it. Regex match, sure. It's regex search, and we want to see if it even finds anything. So regex search, regex search line, question mark. Yeah, I think Battle Royale was actually, because I used to be friends with a few film buffs. Actually, like, I think both of them didn't end up going into film, but one of them went into, like, what is it called when the concept arts? Yeah, concept arts or concept art. You became a concept artist. Yeah, there's the word. You became a concept artist, and the other one became like a video editor, which is also pretty cool. But they gave me a list of movies to watch, which is basically where all my film knowledge comes from. Is just based off of, like, you know, like this film seems kind of cool. You should watch this. And I was like, oh, you know what? I watched it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I think, what is it, like, is it called Kung Fu Soccer? That one's pretty good as well. Kung Fu Soccer. Yeah, Kung Fu Soccer, pretty good. The Pianist, like a snoozer. But it's a fantastic looking movie. I remember watching the movie, be like, wow, this looks great. It's also 3 hours long and nothing happens in it. Battle Royale, that's a good movie, for sure, for sure. Alright, so search. There's just, otherwise null. Okay. Being 14 sucks. Spots are horrible. What's spots? I don't know anything about spots. Is that some weird British slang? I've been to the UK once. My job sent me to the, or my job sent me to London for 2 weeks. It was a lot of fun, for sure. Drinking culture there is absolutely brutal. I remember, like, we went out drinking after work, like, well, they went out drinking, like, every single day. I was only able to hang for 2 days. On the third day, I got so drunk, I had to get picked up by the cops. And they sent me to the hospital, and they're like, yeah, it's just a drunk American. Just send them back. It's like, all right, cool. Thanks. I'm glad you guys picked me up from the side of the road, though. Like, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. It's not slaying, just spots on my face, puberty and stuff. I think they call that acne in the States, not spots. Unless you're talking about, like, chicken pox, but I think we still call that I don't know. I guess if you have chicken pox, we call it spots. We call it acne otherwise. Luckily, I never really suffered from acne. Instead, I just have tons of moles. Well, acne is where you get lots of spots? Is it? Isn't that just called, we just call it pimples here. You either get a pimple, and if you have, like, tons of them, yeah, that's acne, baby. Alright, so then we do reconstructed file, append. So we know what we are inserting into the file, so this should be fine. Def string replacement key file. Something like that. That should be fine. Maybe. It's a bit slower, but I'm pretty sure it should work. Never really know, though. I don't know. Git. What happened in demo? Git def Git def demo g. No, that's fine. All right. Git commit fix up git rebase. Oops, sorry. I pressed some button. Fix up. That's it, really. Yeah. Acne says pimple, spots, zits. The main place I get my spots is my nose. Yeah, spots, man. We call it pimples here for sure. At least in the American, the U.S. Southeast, we call it pimples. You get a pimple or a zit. I don't really hear too many people refer to it as a zit though. Spots is almost exclusively reserved for chickenpox where I'm at. So what is a spot? It has a comma in the URL as well, so I'm not able to click on it. No, I get lots of blackheads on my nose. I need to take care of that more. Kind of a pain. All right. Setting override for file. Okay. He's done it. Let's go. Okay. So it only took like a few hours, but that's a few hours I would have spent anyways, just not streaming. So, you know, content, etc., etc. Do you think it's somewhat amusing how people kind of subscribe to my YouTube channel from my Twitch channel? Because I do upload most of my VODs. I do all my VOD upload in batches, though. A blackhead is a spot, a type of spot? Really? Do Brits really refer to blackheads as spots? Blackheads are not really a spot, right? I would not call a blackhead like a pimple. Like a pimple and a zit are the same thing. A pimple and a blackhead are not the same, right? Like a blackhead is not filled with pus. Blackheads are a type of spots. False. Maybe if you refer to spots as like just something on your face, I guess, sure. I'm not familiar. But I think if you're referring to spots as like a pimple, a blackhead is not a pimple. A pimple is something that has gone wrong on your face, usually too much oil, facial oil, which is naturally occurring, by the way. And then something gets clogged and then it fills up with pus, right? Where pus is the white liquid that occurs when you pop your spot, if you will. Whereas a blackhead is facial oil that has clogged one of your pores and then appears to be black. But there's a spot, varying color, severity, simple blockage, follicle, two types of spot, whiteheads, whiteheads and blackheads, yeah. Better to causing a rash. Yes, sure, but see, that definition doesn't include pimples, though. So is a spot a pimple, or is it a blackhead, whitehead? Because I can accept if it's one or the other, but a spot cannot be both. Otherwise, that just seems kind of weird. Like if I like get a scar on my face, is that a spot? Like if I like trip and fall and scrape my entire face across the pavement, is that resulting scab a spot? I feel like the term is a bit too broad in that case, but sure, I can accept it. All right. So anyways, this seems to work. Seems cool. It works, by the way. Look at that. It does leave out the type, but that's fine. Yeah. Let me see if I can figure out how would I insert a type here. I guess I could do this. So you can insert a type here. Actually, yeah. We only split once, so if I do this, I mean, it's ugly, right? This is definitely like really, really ugly. Actually, this should just work if I run it again, right? Okay, so it exploded. That's good. Undo me, please. Alright. So in theory, if I were to run this over and over again, it should just work. Maybe it's not going to work. Git restore. Because that's the idea, right? Like, you want something that will work over and over. If you just run the same thing 100 times in a row, you should get the same result every single time, no matter what. Let's call it papular spot. Spots are just spots. Papulars have a spot and basically a pimple. Sorry, doctor. Where did you get your medical license from? Run me. Send me. Or is there an error on my side here? Google? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. WebMD. Big fan, big fan. Setting override for file. So what happened here? So yeah, we only have test 0 and test 1. Undo me. So all of the other ones really should not have been touched. Actually, this only breaks for this one. What the heck? Oh, it's because of... Hold on. Print me. Print... key val. No, that should have worked. Yeah, that should have worked. But it didn't. It's not replacing them properly. But all the values look right. I'm bigger than you? You wish, big boy. You might be, actually. You're just kind of clipping it through the ground. So yeah, I guess that does make sense. It is pretty late, though. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, though. Although I do need to send an email today. No. Oh, no. I need to send emails. I hate sending work emails because I need to send it. I need to sign in twice. I need to sign into my work computer and then sign into my project computer as well through virtual desktop. What a pain. And because it's a Fedora install that I haven't been keeping updated, it is also super scuffed. So did I do this wrong? How did I compile my regex? That regex looks right to me. Is that not true? So if we have this, I go back to my regexer thing. Well, no. Test. One match. Yeah. How about test 0? One match. Test 1. One match, yeah. And then test 2. Yeah, that's the only match. And then we basically just ignore everything that's here and then replace it with our own string. So why is it destroying? Why is it not working with whatever I'm passing in here? Because like this should be valid, right? We should be able to static type it like this. That's fine. It should be fine. Oh, also, thank you, anonymous viewer, for the follow. I don't remember seeing your name in chat, at least. I'm the same way, or maybe we're not the same way, but I don't like it when I follow somebody and then they actually like shout me out. Like, please don't shout me out. I haven't talked in chat because I don't want you to shout me out. I have pretty extreme social anxiety. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have no problem giving a presentation, but I think if you wanted me to coordinate like a group of like 3 or more people, I start getting extremely stressed out. Setting override. Okay. So if it's empty, then it's whatever. I have very bad social anxiety. Yeah, exactly. We're basically the same person. We're both ducks. What's the difference? It's replacement and replacements. All right. To remove replacement to remove is equal to replacement. So you do need to make it more efficient, we'll do it like this as well. And hopefully remove a few errors, but you cannot remove your replacement while you're looping through. You need to do it like this, right? Because you cannot remove it from this array while you're still looping through the array. Otherwise, it'll be kind of weird. Actually, you know what? You totally could, because we only need to loop through it until we find whatever we're going to remove. Yeah, you know what? It's weird. This breaks a few like coding standards, but whatever. So replacements, or I guess erase replacements. And we just break out of the loop as well. I used to do French in school. I was told this to be I tried. I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I in the States we did Spanish. We had the option to do French, but only the weirdos did French. I only know like 2 words in French as well. There's omelette, and there's fromage. S'il vous plaît. What other French do I know? There's oui. That's pretty good. Oui. No, but I took Spanish in school. But it was South American Spanish, not Spain Spanish, as you might be doing in the EU. Oh, never mind. If you're from the UK, you're not part of the EU anymore. in the Eurozone. Is the UK still in the Eurozone? No, wait, maybe the UK was never part of the Eurozone? Because you don't use the euro, but you might be part of the special thing that still allows freedom of movement, maybe? I don't remember. I'm not up to date on my EU. It's the European Union you aren't part of, but are you still part of the Eurozone? Where or do you still have tariffs on imports exports? We're still part of Europe. Well, yeah. Well, that's not the same. The Eurozone, as I recall, is a part of Europe that allows for free trade between members. Oh, hello, Dash. How are you? Have you seen any good anime recently? I finished watching through Attack on Titan, all the seasons. It's pretty good. I feel like it definitely it cuts out a lot of the bad parts of the manga for sure. It's worth a watch. I renovated. You renovated your AnyList? Maybe one day I'll take another look. I'm not really looking for anything new to watch though. I have a lot of projects I need to get through. The UK was never part of the... Really? UK Eurozone. Was the UK never part of the Eurozone? Oh, you know what? They never were part of the Eurozone. Okay, interesting. But so what about like the tariffs and stuff? So the UK still enforce tariffs? Interesting. Or does every country in the EU enforce tariffs? I don't know. I'm not familiar. As a filthy American, I'm not sure. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cells at work. Phenomenal. Trash. Atarashi demu. What? Demu? What's a demu? Gameu? Gameu. Atarashi gameu. Yeah. It's not de, it's ge. Gumu. Oh no, Atarashi gumu? Gamu? See, this is one of the katakana I always get mixed up. Is this gemu or gumu? Atarashi gemu? You might be familiar, but I'm 14. Well, you know, age has very little to do with, you know, the ability to think, in my opinion. Once you're past puberty, after that, it's all downhill. You know, the only thing age really has an impact on is experience. Right? You can, you know, old people get, or no, stupid people get old too, right? Right. If you're dumb, you can still get old. So who cares? You know, I work with a ton of like absolute idiots. And remember, like, I'm the youngest person by like 20 years in most places where I work. Like, your age has very little to do with your intelligence. Right? Like, I think a lot of teachers, especially in the States, right? Like, it's mostly just like, memorize your timetables up to 30. You don't need to memorize your timetables for anything. You need to memorize your timetables up to 10. And then after that, it doesn't matter. Right? It's useful to know, you know, what the heck is 9 times 9? 9 times 9 is 81. I'm very bad at my times tables. I'm very bad at memorization. You know, 9 times 8, 72. And then after that, then you can just kind of figure it out. By the way, I'm not sure why this isn't working. Been watching an new game, an anime about making games. Yeah, I've seen stuff about that. I heard it's okay. I heard it's not that accurate to actually making games, which, you know, I can get. It's weird how this got kind of borked. Yeah, I think your duck is bigger than me though, but it's fine. We're pretty much at the end of the stream. I'm gonna keep going until I get this done though, because I don't have work tomorrow. Usually I would be bailing out like an hour before. They have C++ as a cameo. You know, C++ is probably one of the most. Oh my god. Oh, hello KT. Hello KT. Thank you very much for the raid. Sick raid message. How is the toasting going? How are you? How are you? What were you working on? Were you working on your Toaster Crash game? Were you working on one of your FPS projects? In Toaster Crash? Yeah, see, I know what you're working on. I pop into the Discord occasionally, find a chance for me to shitpost, and then if I don't see one, just kind of bail out. Pause feature, oh baby. Pause feature. Very pogged ability to have in a game. What I'm trying to do is, for this application, a VPupper. Look at that. Ooh, look at that. Wow. So, anyways, I have an Alpha 2 out, but as with every single release that I ever make for VPupper, Virtual Puppet Project, I have messed up the Linux release because I need to like manually change some variables around for every single release, right? So like this works, right? So normally if you're doing OpenSea face capturing, and also unable to list cameras, that's fantastic. Don't know what changed there. But there's now IFM support. So I just need to sign into this iPad that I bought for myself for my birthday, because I'm the only one who actually knows what I want. And then, very awkwardly, hold the iPad in one hand. Oh, did it break? Hold on. Oh, this is OpenSea Face. The reason why it's not able to list cameras is because the cameras are being used by the regular duck. Oh, hold on. I was testing the new pause feature and looking for fringe cases where it didn't behave properly. I understand. Coke is a total disappointment. Okay, two alphas. Yeah, there's 2 alphas for sure. No betas just yet. Yeah, maybe a gamma. There was a joke in there somewhere. I kind of lost it while I was saying it though. But you can see here we have 2 ducks. But if I move this device to the other side, we're now looking. You can see that this duck is actually using the iOS device. I kind of lost tracking there. But anyways, yeah, I have some IFM support. This works for, hold on. Look for the preset. Okay, we can load in a new model. Load model. Let's load in the default Alicia model, VRM. Might break a little bit, that's fine. Yeah, so we can start this. Break it. Yeah, there we go. So this is way more efficient, technically, and also requires a lot less processing on my side because all the processing happens on the tracking end. We call animated super animation fires and gunfire sound as a loop. You know, I mean, it's a little concerning. A little concerning. I was talking to my parents and my family, I guess. They've bought like 6 guns in the past 2 months. I'm a little concerned, actually. Like they have 2 22s. Like they bought a 22 rifle and like a 22 pistol. I didn't even realize they still sell 22 pistols, but I guess it makes sense if you're like a target shooter. I thought they only sold like 22s as like a squirrel rifle, right? But yeah, let's turn this off. Yeah, so this is actually available here. We want to check it out. The duck is free and open source, blah blah. I think I still need to attach an actual license to it, but it should be fine. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think my parents got really into guns recently. It's kind of weird. It's freaking me out, actually. Like how many guns do they have? That's crazy. I mean, Amy is super involved. Something on a giant mecha with a minigun. Oh baby. See, that's something I still want to try out. I want to go to Vegas for 2 reasons. One, I want to go gamble because I'm just a degenerate gambler, right? But also, number 2, I do know that Vegas does have like automatic weapons that you can you can go to a gun range in Vegas and just fire automatic weapons. Like that sounds pretty sick. I've always wanted to do that. Like I've mentioned it before. I've shot skeet. I'm very bad at it. I shot a lot of squirrel rifles before. I shot like I've never shot an automatic weapon, but I've shot like rifles and whatever. It's okay. Kind of a pain. It's a huge pain to load and clean, for sure. So I haven't actually been to that place either. Disclaimer: you exist in Vegas. Ooh. The last time I was in Vegas, it was just absolutely horrible. But anyways, what I'm working on is a way, if you're familiar, if you ever programmed Golang, this is how Golang works, or Golang with LD flags. So you can insert variables or whatever into your binary at compile time. So that's what I'm trying to do, except with like a GD script thingy. So I guess this is what I'm basing my stuff off of. But yeah. But an M4 before I wasn't authorized to fire at full auto. Yeah, I think you can approximate if you have a bump stock, but I'm not sure if those are still valid in most of the US. I'm gonna look for that. Yeah, thanks for popping in. I'm tiramisu. Yeah. It's a bop. It's more of a bonk. That's how I've always interpreted the bop emote. I don't know why you would get bonked for saying you fired an M4. Actually, is it an M4? Wouldn't it be an AR-15 unless you were actually in the United States military? Because you wouldn't... I guess they're roughly the same, right? Take a bit of dinner break before resuming dev work. I'll be here. Because the big thing that I'm trying to work on right now is all these GitHub workflow stuff, which is just absolutely killing me. But I know I need it because like doing all this stuff manually is also killing me. So it's like choose your poison. Both of them suck. So for some reason, whenever I do this, whenever I add a type into whatever I'm trying to insert, right? So if I do this just works, right? Easy. I mean, easy. Actually, this actually blew up as well. That's not right. So this is right. This is what it should look like. Added Minecraft creeper. Let's go with AR-15. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you like snuck onto a military base, like stuck into their armory and fired one of their rifles, I suppose that would be like some sort of M4. Would be pretty cool. Would be pretty cool. I fired an AR-15. I fired one of those tricked out AR-15s for sure. Before those are cool for sure. They're also like surprisingly heavy. Like I think if you have, I don't know. I think if you struggle with like holding up 20 pounds of weight, you might struggle with firing an M4 for sure. That's pretty much my words of wisdom there. Getting GitHub workflow down has been on my list of things to spend time on for way too long. It's painful. It's painful because I don't think there's a way to test it locally without like actually setting up the runner on one of your machines. But I don't want to set up a runner on one of my machines. I only have one VM that I pay for. I could pay for 2 VMs, but I don't want to pay for 2 VMs just to test out GitHub workflows. So then I have to just wait for like the super slow GitHub workflow. Or the GitHub workflow VM, which is nice because it's free, right? But it also just takes forever to test. So you can see here that I have some sort of build matrix set up for debug releases, releases, basically full power releases, and then like the Mac one, which is really cool that they provide you a Mac machine to actually run your workflows on. But then like the Mac machines don't work the same as like the Windows ones or the Linux ones, etc., etc. I was trespassed on the farm. Oh, nice. I just got to type 3 digits into my phone right here. If you would please provide your current location in chat. Will not self-incriminate or self-identify as anything. All right. Well, anyways, if you want to like peep your own channel in chat, KT, please feel free to. You can post links in the chat. I promise I won't ban you. And my bot is currently down, so it also cannot ban you. But also my bot does almost nothing at all anyways. I think it only can ban you if you spam in chat. But a spam counts as like posting 5 messages within like 3 seconds or something. And did it with others. Can I get a bop in chat? Lewd. Alright. What was I looking at? Git restore demo folder. I'm gonna get this done today because I need to get this done today. Otherwise I'm just never gonna get it done. Drop the short video. I made the shop toaster crash for now. Oh baby. KT, she makes games. She makes Unity games. They're pretty good, I think. Bro, this guy is not with women. I'm not gay. I don't know how to interpret that. Nervous laughter. All right. Let me see. This is using regex, but test 2 should only match against you. But then if we match against just test, it's only one match. Yeah, so that's what I thought, right? She makes games is solid enough. Yeah, she makes games. They're good games, probably. Could do a murder about mascots in Unity after all. That's fair enough. I think Godot does have a few limitations for sure. I think the biggest thing for me between like game engines is the ability to peek at the source code as opposed to, you know, just trying to hope the documentation is up to date. Because that's something that's definitely burned me in like regular projects. Toaster Catcall Sniper does not make any toast. Sag. No toast. Toast is one of my favorite foods, if only because it requires no input on my part. Besides like putting toast in toaster, pressing toast, maybe spreading butter on top. We'll refrain from further describing how I treat the toast. So this should work, by the way. But it's not. So we do this override option. So you pass a direct path, blah, blah. We attach it to your CI project path to create like a full path, right? Because this is not an actual path. So the keys are also correct. And then in override, we are looking for like a little bit of regex. So there's your thing. If you don't find any regex match, then whatever. All right, let's print out. Searching this. Because it's not actually possible for me to attach a debugger. Because this is actually executed as a completely separate kind of command. Yeah. I suppose I'm not going to look at the link, by the way, just in case. I have been content ID matched before. It was scarring. All right, so searching blah, searching this line. Oh, I see. I need to do reconstructed file appends line. So if we don't find any match, we'll just send it. Yeah, that's what I was missing. Okay, run me again. It's a link to a video of Toaster Crash, but I play and develop all the time. Does it use any proprietary music? Actually, you can't even see. I actually have desktop audio turned off anyway, so you can't hear anything. Content ID'd. We can look at it. Oh no, it's a YouTube short. Oh, I have music turned off anyways. Oh baby. But yeah, anyone here, you should check this out. Look at that. Phenomenal. It's a Does bot again. Has never been hit so far. I've been hit for like my own music actually. Which is kind of why I stopped playing music on my stream. It's like my music keeps getting picked up by Content ID for whatever reason. I see Luna from what's her face? Inoch 2D. I see Nova Liminal from Nova Liminal channel. And I need to upload as a non-short, yeah. Well, no, I get it. You're trying to appeal to the Zoomers. I get it. I get it. Everyone loves shorts. Logo kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy for some reason. Maybe that's just me. Hope you enjoyed the enclosed pipe bomb. That's good. That's good. I feel that. DAE, anyone wants to receive a pipe bomb in their mail? It means you hit it big at the music's being picked up. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That's the dream, right? Make music so mainstream that you get picked up by Content ID. My music isn't even that mainstream. My music is actually pretty bad. Like I listened to it today. I'm like, man, like this composition kind of sucks. Who wrote this? As it turns out, I wrote this. Alright, so I can tell that this is gonna break, by the way. So we do bar, found, blah. Yeah, so I want to add more random variations of the intro cutscene. Has your, is Murderbot Mascots the one that's like the first person shooter that has the, I guess the wall running and the wire sliding? Is that the correct terminology? I guess that would fit more into the category of a boomer shooter, I think. Right. I like playing games like that, for sure. I'm interested in the progress of that. I too am working on my own games, but I keep rewriting my stuff because they don't feel fun when I play them. But it might be because I don't use any like good assets. I use the same assets every single time. I'm searching for additional voice lines to play, and I've been meaning to turn the texts on the letters into actual UI objects. Texts is one of the hardest parts, as I've found, to manipulate in a game. Considering that this application only recently got like decent translation support, and actually layouts isn't even like defined. Yeah, and actually like all the tech stuff totally breaks once you move some file paths around, which is why Flatpaks are kind of borked, and then the Gen 2 build is also borked. Yeah, Murderbot Mascots, what's it called? M4 is a Titanfall like FPS. Yeah. One of these days I need to get around to actually playing Titanfall, and I think the one that most people seem to play when they stream is Titanfall 2. I'm kind of just locked in the loop of playing RPG games though. I like playing RPGs for pretty much no reason. If only because like, you know, if there's like a skill deficiency, a skill issue, you can just turn your brain off and grind. And then there's no longer a skill issue. Whereas with an FPS game, it's like, I have too much pride to play it on easy, or whatever the easiest difficulty is. You gotta at least play it on normal. I think the only game that I've ever beaten on the hardest difficulty though is nothing actually. I've beaten Call of Duty on hard, and that's it. I've beaten Halo on heroic. Does that count? Titanfall 2 is a game that has a really solid campaign. Titanfall 1 is literally unplayable at the current moment. Feels bad, man. Campaign is entirely set in online multiplayer matches. Not a huge fan of online multiplayer. Unfortunately, fairly antisocial in that aspect. In that I get just way too salty if I lose. You know, my days from playing League have had a not great influence on me. Because I say it every time. Oh man, like, for the first like 5 seasons of League, first 5 seasons of League, I predicted the meta every single time, and then I got flamed for it before it actually became meta. Anyways. Okay. Cool. So that works. We might be good enough, and then I can start setting up a workflow for virtual puppet projects. So I already have the Godot test workflow, and then I need to set up the actual build workflow as well. Oh no. I think it's still broken to the hackers and exploit-based DOS. How can you get DOS? Does it DOS like the server, or does it like does everyone know the IP of the server host? That might make sense. This counts. All right. I'm a real gamer, confirmed. Titanfall 2 single player campaign will absolutely surprise you with how good it is. I've already been spoiled on it. Like I watched the speedrun. I feel like I've told you this before. Like I know that there's like a time travel mechanic. Spoilers. There's a time travel mechanic. There's something about your robot that's really nice. You get inside your robot, ooh woo. What else? Alright, so we can... This is the only thing I need left, which is the ability to add static typing back to these scripts. But for whatever reason, that seems to break this. So that might not be possible. It might be possible, I don't know. What I do know is not possible is the ability to pass in spaces to this, because the Godot argparse implementation breaks when you add spaces in it, which is kind of a pain. Like, it cleans up double quotes for some reason, but it doesn't... Like, when it's something cleans up double quotes for you, you would expect it would also handle spaces, but it doesn't, which is weird. Yeah, one of these days I'll play Titanfall 2. It's on my list of games to play, but I think I do need to play through, like, Final Fantasy VII at some point as well. That's a slightly higher on the list. Along with Super Mario Odyssey. Both of which are games that I've tried playing through and then got bored, and then just never went back to them. So an override, when we're doing the search, what we can do is essentially Titanfall 1's matchmaking server is brought down using multiple bot accounts sending packets to it that both lock powers out of joining matches and crashing any clients that's how I join a game. Well, that's fine. As long as, like, there is a campaign. Like, my favorite part of playing any Call of Duty is playing a campaign for... Honestly. I don't know if that makes me casual or not, though. Split on this. False. Split once, and then take this part. So it's okay if this is a bit fragile. Titanfall 1's campaign is... So wait, you only get story if you play multiplayer matches? Is that how that works? So you only ever get story beats once you start playing multiplayer? Is it like almost like how... No, like Overwatch... I was going to say, like, is it how Overwatch does it? But Overwatch also doesn't have any story. And I played a lot of Overwatch. I'm not sure what's going on with Overwatch at the current moment, though. I haven't played in a while. Because I burned out in the first week. What a great game. Well, that's unfortunate. I hear good things about Overwatch, or not Overwatch. Titanfall 2. Maybe one day I'll get around to it. I do want to finish one of my games though at some point, because like this entire virtual puppet project thing is a this is like actually number 3 on my list of projects, which is why like there isn't as much progress as you would think there should be. Because I am like just I'm caught in a constant loop of rewriting my other projects because I hate how they feel to play. Replacement key. That doesn't sound right. This should be... What is this being stored as then? Print... Key value. Titanfall 2's campaign is much closer to Halo Half-Life style and runs entirely single player. Yeah. I know that. It's closer to... Like, it tells some sort of story, so you are not a pilot, and then you become a pilot, and then shenanigans That's pretty much all I know about it. And then there's time travel at some points, and then I don't know. Now here's the question: does it hit you as hard as the best parts of Mass Effect 3? Because I really liked Mass Effect. I would never play it again though, because I don't have that kind of time anymore. Alright, so you got tests. Oh, it doesn't actually grab the string. So just in case you even wanted to have any sort of static typing, and the reason why I want static typing, right, is so that if you have an integer or a float, you can actually define if it's an integer or a float. Because I think Godot in release mode actually just tries to figure it out for you, which is not good. Chonk. Oh, you know what? At this point, you are bigger than me. Shonk wee goose. Not played Mass Effect, but there's definitely moments that hit hard. I think Mass Effect is one of those games. Mass Effect 2 is probably the peak of the series for sure. Mass Effect 1 is okay. I think the canon character that back when I was more involved in the fan base was FemShep though. I didn't realize it at the time. I just made my own shepherd. Yeah. Super not in your face Jesus allegory, by the way, with the name Shepherd. The only one who can save the galaxy. Yeah, actually, Mass Effect Andromeda is still on my list of things to play, because I hear that's actually pretty fun. Mass Effect Andromeda. What is it? What's the other one? Witcher 3. Dragon Age Inquisition. I own all those games. I bought them at full price, and I was like, man, I gotta like study for exams and stuff. And I just never got around to playing them. I can't. I really should go back and quantify like the amount of games that I've bought, and then just not play. Like bought at full price and then did not play. Because I think like I own like a ton of games actually because of Humble Bundles. Back when Humble Bundles were still popular. I'm looking at this and I'm wondering why this isn't working. Because there's something in here that is stripping out the type information. Oh, it's this. It's this. It's this. This should be right split. R split. I've got it. It was one letter. So we do this. Run it. Nothing happens, and then wait. It should only split it once though. What? So you can't really see it, but I can see it in the console. So it is inserting the variables correctly. So for any sort of string, this will be correct. But for ints and floats, this will not be correct. Because I need some way to guarantee the type of the variable. So undo this. I know this is pretty easy to do, honestly, if you're doing this just with like a C preprocessor, if you use another external binary. But I think like this should be pretty easy to do, right? Like we only need like a 100-line script, honestly. I know this isn't 100 exact, but it's close enough. Huh. So what's going wrong here? I thought it was the direction I'm splitting in. So allow empty, false. We don't allow empties. And we also only want to split once from the right. So this splits the string by a delimiter string. Returns the array of the substring starting from the right. The splits in the return array are sorted in the same order as the original string from left to right. Blah, blah. So if you do this, this should give you 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Right, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. So that's correct. It is actually inserting the strings properly. But then here, value. Am I doing any filtering here? No, I'm not. Override split, yeah. And then the override split should split. Oh, it's because I didn't have a type on it. Yeah, I'm okay. Okay. It didn't kill itself, so that's interesting. Or not kill itself. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's not the correct terminology. It did not close itself. Alright, so what's happening here? So we want to split on the right. Actually, we only want to split on the... Actually, no, this should be left split, and then this should be right split. So this is actually totally right. Right? No? There we go. Okay. Now that's beautiful. That's pretty much it. Yeah. And then after this, then we can export, and then it should just work. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's create a repository. Yeah, that's all we needed. I was missing the one piece. I don't know if that's an anime reference or not. But this is Godot release override script. We'll just slap that under my own personal repository. The one piece. Yeah, that's something I keep getting told I need to watch. I just don't have the time. There's so many episodes. The One Piece is real. That's a meme that I've heard of. That's a Twitter thing. You kids nowadays in your Twitters, your little blue birds. I don't know anything about that. I saw the out of the loop post on Reddit about that. I don't know anything about One Piece except that like Luffy is like stretchy uwu. Get remote add origin. Slap this in here. Get restore demo folder. Still don't get that check either. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know too much about One Piece other than like it's a really good setup to be able to tell like an infinite story, right? Because like you have your main cast of characters. There's like Luffy, who is like he can stretch infinitely. It's not weird. You have Sword Guy, who has 3 swords with one of the swords he holds in his mouth. You have Girl, does she have a cannon? I don't remember. And then there's the small animal, and then they go on adventures looking for the One Piece. They become Pirate King, I think. I don't know. I need a more concise story like Attack on Titan, which is garbage, or Tokyo Ghoul, which is also garbage. But Twitter is a millennial thing, not as... Wait, so what do Zoomers do then? All right. Zoomer representative in chat. What do Zoomers use? Do Zoomers use Instagram or Twitter? Instagram, or no one uses Snapchat anymore. I know that. What do Zoomers use? I thought Facebook was a millennial thing, or I guess Facebook is more of a boomer thing now. It used to be a millennial thing. Instagram, Snapchat. Well, see, now that you mentioned Snapchat, that's how I know you're not an actual Zoomer. No one uses Snapchat anymore. Who are you? Snapchat's actually on the way out. Fix override script. Add static typing to demo. Sorry. I've been too unfocused for whatever reason. So a week ago, I haven't watched a single episode of anime in probably 2 years. You know, I last weekend, not this past week, not this current weekend, but last weekend, I binge watched all of Attack on Titan. Well, Attack on Titan season 3 through whatever the end was, and I was like, you know what? It's okay. It's okay, for sure. But before that, I don't know. The only other thing I watched was like Demon Slayer, and Demon Slayer is also okay. I don't know. I think the way they treat Nezuko is a bit weird. I still don't really understand if Nezuko was like sentient or not, or if she's just like a demon. Discord, Snapchat used to be used back in my back in your day, yeah. So says the teenager. You know, Snapchat is definitely a millennial thing, right? Because that used to be really hot when I was still in school. Yeah, anime enjoyers in chat who have seen Demon Slayer, can you please explain Nezuko? Like, is she is she a real person or is she not a real person? That's something I'm still a little confused about. If she's like still the same, or is she like actually a demon? But like her demon self is conflicting with her human self, or is it her human self that is trying to fight back the demonic urges? I don't really get it, because the anime doesn't really make it super clear if she's like a real person, because the way they treat her is like really cruel if you think about it. She's emotions. I don't know. I'm more of a sort of an anime hate. You're a VTuber and you hate anime. That's pretty based. I'm not gonna lie. Chose not to bite her brother and stuff. I don't know. Like, yeah. I've seen a pretty good amount of anime. If we go through my Annie list, I read a lot of manga. I'm not gonna lie. That's because a lot of my job is just like, you know, you type a few commands into the command prompt, like blah blah blah. And then you have to wait 45 minutes for the entire thing to deploy or to even see anything change. So then, you know, that's pretty prime time to read some manga. Maybe not some prime time to watch some anime, because I still need to be paying attention, more or less. I don't like VTubers, but I like this duck. Ooh. Well, I would say KT is an excellent streamer to watch if you there was a joke in there somewhere. Hold on. We can find it. KT's not a VTuber, they're a toaster. You should watch them. Yeah. I think if I didn't bungle the execution, that could have been a pretty good joke. Let's pretend I did not like break the joke in half, and then we can all pretend to laugh, right? Alright, anyways, this script, more or less good to go. So, what I'll do is grab everything in override GD. We'll copy that. That's free and open source, by the way, if you want to find that on my GitHub profile. And then here, what we'll do is new script. I don't know. We'll call this override GD. Just add the root. Yeah, and then it's just here. Then you can just execute it whenever you want. KT and team can co-sign. You talk about anime to me, I could shove you into a locker. What? I'd like to see you try. My back muscles will prevent me from being shoved into a locker. They will just not fit. There are animes I like, but I've grown out of my weeb otaku phase and will certainly not. Don't go out of my way to watch many of them. Really? Like, if you want like a good manga to read, you should watch. I'm not going to actually show my manga list, by the way. Some of them are kind of degenerate because I'm getting desperate. I'm getting desperate. You don't understand. I've read too many things. Kakegurui. I've watched Kakegurui. It's not very good. Occasionally, new anime comes around. I'm like, wow, that looks good. I should watch that, and then never actually watch it. Fair enough. Jeep and I started watching Spy X Family. I heard that one's pretty good. I heard that was pretty good for sure. The Hime cut is literally tell watching anime. Hey. What's a Hime cut? Is that just like a really clean cut across your, like a really clean cut bang? Or really clean cut bangs? Is it possible to just have one bang? Actually, you know what? I've never considered that. Why are they called bangs? The existence, or the fact that they're called bangs implies the existence of a singular bang of hair. What does that mean? I've never really thought about that. But now that I'm thinking about it, I can't stop thinking about it. Yeah. It's the hairstyle that the hairstyle. I don't know. I like anime when it's like talking about things that are weird, like Psychopaths. I thought that was neat. Big fan. Big fan. Alright, globals. What the heck? Why did I not have... Oh, it's because I ran a special thingamajig on this to clean the entire Git history. Yeah. So now I'd lost pretty much all of the metadata I used to have on this, but that's fine. That's fine. Eden of the East might be up your alley. That's on my list. I remember hearing about that. Eden of the East. No. I think, was it here and there, then and... Or now and then, here and... Here, wait. Now and then, here and there. This one is good. I like this one. Now and then. Here and there. That's a good one. I think it's a good one. Ruins. I think a lot of stories are ruined by the fact that they have a happy ending. And then this is probably the biggest example of that. Like, this story does not deserve a happy ending. You know, I guess spoilers that there's a happy ending. I think this story would have been a lot better if everyone had just suffered. And that would have been a fantastic show. You know, I would have been like, wow, I get what you're trying to say. But instead, like, at the very last 2 episodes, you know, it's like, you know what? What if everyone just, like, fixes all their problems? And that just ruins the entire show. Like, action comedy, a very specific selection of rom-coms and anything. That's clear because I'm lesbian. Yeah. The depression, I can't watch downer stuff anymore. It's fair enough. I don't know. I think if you want to watch, or if you want to read... Hold on. Just gotta look somewhere else. I think if you want a... hold on. I'm not going to say it's a lesbian thing, but it might be what is it? What's the correct term? Girls love kind of thing. You should watch, or you should read. This one. This one is surprisingly wholesome. Like, I'm not really into like that kind of stuff, but I think a good romance story transcends boundaries for sure. It's a good one. It's a good one. Like, I'm not really into like girls love or boys love kind of stuff, but if it's good, it's good. You know what I'm saying? It's a good one for sure. But I don't know. I'm definitely more into the tragedy stuff. So I guess our tastes differ. Like, I want to feel bad, and I want the content to make me feel bad for reading it, if that makes any sense. Okay, so but now, anyways, now that we have the setup script, then I should be able to run this from my terminal. So we'll go to virtual puppet project, VPupper, because it's just a fantastic name to call it, you know, VPupper, virtual puppet project. V is virtual, puppet, per project. You get it? It's like that's like a pun or something. I'm not sure. Expanded manga has been on my to read list for a while. It's pretty good for sure. It's pretty good. Have you watched? You know what? I don't even need to read the rest of the message. I got to tell you, I have not watched it. It's a bit too degenerate for me. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you only ever watch it for like the boob physics. So, I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, I'm not really into pure action things. Because it's like, if I wanted to watch an action movie, I'll just rewatch Transformers. Like, the Transformers movies, in my opinion, are like the epitome of like an action movie that's like completely brain dead. It's like giant robots fighting, that's my jam. Do I need a reason for it? Not really. All right, hold on. We can do release templates. Hold on, release templates. And I have, no, you can't use a release template, you dummy. Because you need the tools enabled. So you go into bin, Godot, custom. Okay, apps, Godot, custom. Actually, that means that they're in the wrong place, by the way. Yeah. The gender stuff is definitely something that turns me off of keep up anime as a whole. Yeah, like I need like something I always see on the subreddits is like Dragon made Kobayashi. I'm like, you know, like I get it. Like she's like 1,000 years old, but like I don't know. I'm not really into children. So let's just not. Godot, do I like watch? Yeah, exactly. There we go. Amy knows. Vinland Saga. Yeah, Vinland Saga's on my list of things to read, but it's also like really long. So I'm waiting for like just the time to come around for me to have enough free time to read through the entire thing. Like let's see if I can find something that's kind of interesting here. I mostly only read things, by the way. I don't know. I guess Ragna Crimsons is pretty good. That's something I've started reading somewhat recently. Oh, if you're looking for something that will make you feel really bad, I got a ton of them, for sure. What was it like? I sold my. Was it I sold my life for? I sold my. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if there's actually like a thing for this, but this one I would highly recommend anyone read. This one's really good. My little brother actually owns the paperback of this because I was like, you should read this, and he was like, wow, that's really good. And then he went out and bought it. That one, the one I just linked, is really, really good. Watch it to watch it, not for the boob physics. Yeah, well, you know, tell me that you're a liar without telling me that you're a liar. Well, I absolutely love Dragon Maid if it wasn't for everything about Kana. I've never watched any of it, so I wouldn't know. Anyways, let's give this a try. What did I even call it? It's under my own personal account, which is fine. Release override script. So there's a few things we need to pass here. As long as it's also monthly, so you're not in a rush. Yeah, but there's so many. I always feel bad if I'm not like ultra caught up to anything I'm currently reading. So I always try to binge, which is a personal failing. I acknowledge that. So this is under model globals GD. Final arc, so apparently you can just wait like another year and binge it. No, I gotta binge it now. If I'm going to read anything, I gotta binge it. Lycoris? Lysaurus Recoil? What is Lycoris? Lysaurus Recoil. Lycoris? Goofy lesbian John Wick is a very KT. Yeah. Oh, it has an 8.3 on my anime list, so it can't be that bad. When did this come out? Summer 2000. Oh, it's too recent for me. I do have a Crunchyroll subscription, so I suppose I could watch it. I bought the Crunchyroll subscription exclusively to watch Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan. Kana is the law. Yeah. I figured she was one of the controversial figures, shall we say. Something like that. Resource path. So you do like user app bin or user app share or user share. See, that's actually something on Linux I don't quite understand. What is the difference between these two things? But if we do that, override option. Oh, I forgot to pass in the script. So this is script override GD CI project path. Hey. I actually don't really know how you would. Can you pass in this? Will this break something? It's not running as administrator, so this should be fine. Ooh, okay. What happened? It totally worked. No, did it work? Not really. I mean, this is an error for sure. It's pretty close though. Want a real good Unga Bunga fighting series? Give Kengan Ashura a watch. What is Kengan Ashura? I am looking for new good long series to read through. What is this? Not really watch, because oh, is this one of those weird like pseudo 3D ones? There's Netflix. I recently canceled my Netflix subscription because I just ran out of things to watch. Oh, wait, is this not the boxing one? No? This is not Baki or Baku, whatever it's called. Just don't read the sequel manga. Alright, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, sure. What's the one I'm thinking about? What's the boxer one? Yeah, for me it was found about like, yeah. Try founding yourself on Sagma. Probably find yourself on Dragma. If you're willing to read, I recommend the manga over the anime anyways, but for a pseudo CGI anime, it's animated very well. I've seen a lot of like the CGI, mostly CGI animated animes. It's kind of a weird sequence of words to say. I've seen a pretty good amount of those. And I gotta tell you, those are, I don't know. Most of them are just okay. Alright, so we run through this. Reload me. What is happening? Do I need to... what? Do I need to, like, add in my own double quotes enclosing the single quotes? No, because that just completely nukes it. Alright, well, run me one more time. Okay, that's very strange. Huh. So Godot strips out the quotes. Well, maybe not. Well, no. Maybe it's a bash thing, actually. I gotta think about that. Hajime no Ippo. Yeah, Hajime no Ippo. Sorry. Yeah, maybe I'll add that to my list. Maybe I'll take your word for it. Kengan Ashura. It could be good. Let me see. I gotta go to my Annie list. We'll search for it and we'll add it to my list of things to read. Anime takes a bit too long, but manga, I can burn through like chapters of a manga for sure. I really got into was Ajin. Yeah, there's Ajin, and then there's the other ones. Hold on, I can find it. Well, we'll just go through my Annie list just in real time. Aldanoa Zero. Yeah, I saw it somewhere. Aldanoa Zero is also not horrible. What did I rate this as? Open list editor. I give it a 6. All right, well, you know, it's better than being average. Pink flesh girl who's cute. What? Was that Aldanoa Zero? I don't remember. Or are you talking about the one with 02 in it? But that was not really CGI. Yeah, whoever this was. Maybe I shouldn't show this on stream. Dialing in the Franks. That was another one? No, okay. I thought Aldanoa Zero wasn't horrible. I think it got a bit too... I strongly dislike any anime that goes into like the harem route though. It's just like, yeah, no, I get it. You're like, yeah, the protagonist is your self-insert. No, I get it. But like, I'm here for the story, not for the plot, as it were. Knights of Sidonia. Yeah, Knights of Sidonia is another one for sure. Yeah. Blame, yeah. I feel like I've watched Blame. Is that the one with the? Yeah. I've read the entire manga of this one. This one's really good. I like the art style. I like the idea of Blame. I think it's kind of a slog for sure. But like there are like really good moments in Blame. Zero Poo. Yeah, be careful who you say that to. you might be sucked into a fandom you don't want to be part of. Yeah. I like one harem anime a lot. My Next Life as a Villainess. That sounds like a very Korean one. I feel like a lot of the Korean manhwas are kind of just like, yeah, I was reincarnated as a villainess in some sort of game. It's like, yeah. Why are these so common? Is this a common trope in like Korean novels? It's a great thriller. Yeah, Blame for sure. I like. I think the mangas I liked reading the most were Blame! ! And like this is it's not supposed to be weird, but Girls Last Tour. That's also a very good one. Or is that what it's called? Girls Last Tour. Yeah, Girls Last Tour. Yeah. This one's also very good because it reminds me a lot of Blame. Where it's like, you know, spoilers, everyone's dead except for like these people. Here's their story. Like, I would love to make a game like that. I was working on like a game like that uses the now I'm just completely just off base because now we're talking about anime. Something I'm apparently really passionate about. Reverse collapse. No, this is not it. Hold on. I have it somewhere. Wave function collapse. Reverse collapse is a game. Well, wave function collapse. Yeah. I mean, similar setup as the manga you were suggested earlier. Yeah, well, I think they all have a similar setup. It's just the execution which is a little different, or how they actually treat the characters, right? So it's like, how does the character just like figure it out? Do they actually go through some sort of hardship or strife, or do things just kind of resolve themselves? And I think the The good ones are the ones where they actually have an intelligent way of resolving the conflicts, or they actually lose to the conflict, which I think is interesting. You know, I think you might be picking up a pattern. I really dislike happy endings because it's just so boring. Yeah, Chinese manhwa. Yeah. I think Japanese people are just the horniest people in the world. Well, you would think that, but aren't they? Japan and South Korea do have some of the lowest birth rates in the world. And isn't it like there was the viral news story that's they're saying that the Japanese alcohol sales are going down because no one's buying alcohol anymore, et cetera, et cetera. The same freaking pseudo wuxia story. Feature pro tags, you live and never lose. A lot of talk of magic pills and cultivation. Yeah. I actually have, I was following a few Chinese manhwas, which is, I guess you can see here. If you just want, you know what? I'm not going to show this. Never mind. If you want to screen cap that, you can. But you know what? I'm not going to show that. I decline. I can find them for you, and I can select novels that I'm following so that you have a better opinion of me. Hold on. Can you filter by source? I don't know if I can filter by source in manga decks. Because some of these are honestly a little degenerate. Alright, I have no idea. Daily Life with the Immortals King. I feel like I've read that before. Really, because the protag is literally me. I'm gonna flip back into working on Toast Crash now. Wish me luck. Alright, good luck, KT. Anyways, you should look into doing this. Wave function collapse. I was looking to make a game using this algorithm because I thought it sounded cool. Yeah. Basic series I like going for. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think there are like a lot of series which are like guilty pleasure. Like they just feel good to read or watch. For sure. That's honestly the reason why I don't want to show off like my reading list is because a lot of them are just garbage. They're so common, but they just, I don't know, they feel good. Idling in F14 for the past 30 minutes, have fun, buddy? Yeah. Anyways, now that everyone's gone, I can start talking about the actual algorithm that I'm looking to incorporate into Godot. This is in C#. It shouldn't be too hard to incorporate back in, although I think all the C# code is like Unity specific, but it shouldn't be too hard to make it work. So similar to how Blame works. Oh, you're not gone. Looking at my duck. All right, your duck is very large, for sure. But similar to how Blame works, if you've seen that, right, is that you have basically it's an unknowable cavern, and you're trying to work your way to the surface or work your way down. I think in Blame they're trying to get to the surface. And I thought that like using this, you could generate something similar to that. So you have like an infinitely generated, you know, superstructure where you're trying to get to the top of. And I thought, you know, I was like, you know what? That sounds cool. I'm into that. That would be really cool to try to like you have an obvious goal, right? Like see the sun. I want to see the sun. Everyone can relate to that, mostly. So I spent like a ton of time just off stream, just working on that. And then none of it was satisfying in the least. So it's one of the many modern tragedies of our modern day. It's where did all of my time go when I was working on that? Oh, you know what? Look at that. That works. It's beautiful. It works. So that's actually pretty much exactly what I was working towards here. Not gonna lie, a game that's different every time you play would be cool. Well, I mean, that's just like your standard roguelike, right? Like if you're playing Spelunky or The Binding of Isaac, those are all roughly the same idea, right? The Binding of Isaac has the same rooms, but they are arranged in a different order. And you might encounter one room in one playthrough, another room in another. Whereas Spelunky uses roughly the same patterns, but they randomize the positions of enemies or certain spawns or whatever inside each room. But something that's more interesting is, like, instead of just like, this is your goal, get to the bottom, it's more of like, this is a hostile environment, right? Like, somehow find your way to the top. Like in Spelunky or The Binding of Isaac, right? You know that there is a way to the top. But in something that's closer to Blame, right? The entire vibe is like, this is a place that is not meant for you, right? This place is entirely hostile to you. So you're not supposed to be here. And because you're not supposed to be here, it's like in a Dark Souls 1 kind of way. Right? Like this is a entire architecture that was meant for someone not like you. And I thought that would be cool, right? I think there's something there. Like, I think there's something inherently human about exploring an environment that you're not supposed to be in. Right? It's the siren call that leads you to your doom. But as it turns out, like, making something like this that's like, I don't know. This isn't actually the real art from it, but it's all completely alien, even though it's all supposed to be quote unquote human technology. So that's something I find to be really cool. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it here. I've been just like talking about random BS for basically 2 hours now. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Let me see if my bot is working again. Let me see. Does this help work? My bot is still broken, so that's fine. Do need to rewrite that at some point. But, if you want to give the channel a follow, I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Usually, recently, for the past few months, I've been trying to get this application up and running so we can finally move on to, like, actually working on one of the game projects I was alluding to. There is a Discord here if you want to find it here. Oh, it's a Discord on my GitHub profile. But also, give this application a star if you would, so I can throw this in recruiter spaces and be like, you got nothing on me. I don't need to prove myself to you. I have stars. Please don't pay attention to my university GPA. But yeah, let's find somebody to raid. Shadow Legends. Who else is doing programming stuff? So there's some people. Nova's playing WoW, but I don't know. Let's not do WoW. Categories. Godot. Live channels. Godot. Filter by Godot. I'm the only one doing Godot. Alright, so let's look for game development. Let's look for game development. Who's doing game development? Pretty much nobody, huh? To a new stream I go through a raid? Yeah, maybe. If there's someone doing some game dev, I don't know. It looks like a lot of these people are either not doing game dev or they're not doing it in English. Yeah. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. Maybe you should just find your way to another stream. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I said we were going to raid somebody, but it might be a bit too late. Yeah. Anyways, join the Discord. Give me a follow. I don't really want to check to see if any of these people are actually doing game dev. I'm tired. But thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see you then. Goodbye. Good. Where am I actually? Oh, you're covering me. That's why I can't see myself. That's why I was confused. All right. Goodbye.